Sorry,
Actually,
guys.
it's on mute.
Oh, I'm here. Okay, are you ready?
We're ready.
Okay. Richard Adams,
No.
Brian Carroll,
Here.
Michael DeLazar,
Here.
Randy,
Here.
Alex,
Here.
Mira. No?
Oh, I mean, sorry. Mira and Rajiga are both going to be out this evening, as it is Mira's 17th birthday today.
Oh,
So happy birthday, Mira.
birthday. Lisa Karajian.
Here.
Nancy Kramer.
Here.
Richard Niederberg.
Yes, here.
Jesse Porter.
Here.
Rick Rosner.
Here.
Lana.
Here.
Alexa here. Adam Summer.
Here.
And Joseph.
Yes, I am.
We have four.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much. Item number 2, approval of the August minutes. Any objections or corrections?
Yeah. Sorry. Thank you for taking care of this.
Okay, so without objection, the August minutes are approved. Item number 3, my update. Okay, hi everyone. It's been an interesting month to say the least. We've had a couple great community events. We had a presentation by Ron Galper, the city controller, which was very informative. Some of those points we might bring up and ask our councilman, who is going to be joining us shortly, a little later in this meeting. We also had a presentation on Project Room Key that is taking place at the Sportsman's Lodge. We had representatives from LA Family Housing, LASA, and Midwood Development. There are already email exchanges going on now to have a follow-up to that first meeting and conversation, because I think there are continuing to be more questions as we learn more and experience more of Project Room Key in our community. And I think it's, so look out for that. We also have on the horizon Senator Hertzberg. Will be making a presentation or speaking with us, whether it be town hall or the next council meeting or 2 remains to be seen, working on scheduling. And so that's great. In addition to that, we have also had, or I have had at least, a flurry of emails. So I just wanted to take a minute to address some of that on 2 different subjects. One is, Richard, if I could trouble you to mute your mic. One is that we come to this NC work, hopefully most of us, we come to this work because we want to engage with our fellow community members, and we want to make our neighborhood better. We see problems in City Hall or somewhere in the system, and we have that urge to want to correct it. I think that's why most people decide to get involved, to do what usually turns out to be more work than you expect for free. Unfortunately, some people also come to this work because they want to use it as a platform to further their own goals, whether that's to run for further office, or just use it as to elevate their words and as a soapbox. I understand that, but hopefully at the end of the day, it always comes back to the greater community of Studio City, and hopefully that allowing us to do outreach and involve more of our community in order to make it better. So recently there has been just a follow-up on the changes in the homelessness committee. I have received a number of emails from stakeholders about a member of the homelessness committee who has said some strong things, to say the least, some very anti-law, I would argue, are anti-law enforcement tweets. I want to be clear, she has a right to her opinion. 100%, just like members of this board have perhaps in their own private lives said things or said it somewhat publicly that I don't agree with, I find not helpful to the conversation, I find don't represent healthy dialogue, but these comments are everyone's right. We're allowed to say what we wish to say. And so I've received a lot of emails saying that this person should be kicked off the homelessness committee, and I have also received a significant amount of emails saying that this person should be kept on the committee. To be clear, it is not up to me. It is up to Steve Johnson, who who is our homelessness chair, who I believe has had great conversations, or at least has come to an understanding and wanting to move forward. And I leave it in his capable hands to address. He is going to speak later tonight, and so if that's something he wants to speak to, he will. I think that we should be able to say that law enforcement plays a role in our society, and not all cops are bad cops, just like not all homeless people are bad people. And I think that that's worth saying and worth defending. We owe it to those individuals in both those two categories dignity. They're a diverse group, just as our community. The second point I just want to reference is I wasn't necessarily going to talk about this, but there's been continued question, especially by one, as to why changes in government affairs. And I can only say that I think it's unfortunate that those who come to this work and go would choose to continue to respond in this way, but that's okay, I guess. Specifically, the reasons I made changes in government affairs, and to be clear, our bylaws, every time our bylaws, per our bylaws, I should say, a new slate of officers are elected, our committees are disbanded, and our committee chairs are let go of. It's then up to the new president to either reappoint the people that were there in the past or appoint someone new. And out of an interest of moving and engaging new people, I appointed someone new. Unfortunately, the previous chair feels that this was some kind of political hit and has decided to spin one conspiracy theory after the other, which is unfortunate. So I just will review some of the specifics as to why I decided not to move forward. In August of 2019, motions were brought forward from the Government Affairs Committee at our agendized meeting. However, those motions were not voted on by the committee, as pointed out ultimately by our former president, Brian Carroll, after it was brought to his attention by the vice chair. In February, there was a late scheduling of a meeting, and the previous chair wished to move forward by simply utilizing a special call for a special meeting, even though there was nothing urgent on the agenda. The back and forth that ensued between the president at the time led to an email from the president telling the chair that they needed to stop the meeting. Otherwise, that this was a willful act of defiance. That's a quote. And that if he chose to move forward, he would be removed as chair, as both the previous chair and president understood. Committee chairs serve at the pleasure of the president. Something that was brought up regarding homelessness committee, and if that's something that the community decides to change, then I support that. Additionally, in the February agenda, there were multiple items, and there was a historic track record of agendizing items outside of the purview of the Government Affairs Committee. Land use, outreach, transportation, didn't matter. I admire the tenacity of the former chair, but I think those energies should be put into either working with this body, or perhaps putting those energies elsewhere versus wasting time coming up with one conspiracy theory after the next, because that detracts from us getting to the business at hand, and creates a sideshow. And I think it creates an environment that is not conducive to engaging the greater community. And actually, I'll just finish with saying I apologize to even having to address this. There are a lot of things going on in our community. Planning, big changes. We have big land issues happening, whether it's Harvard Westlake, whether it's Sportsman's Lodge, whether it's Project Roomkey, whether it's the growing unhoused community, and what we can do to help these people get back on their feet and help our overall community. There are a lot of issues at hand. Traffic issues, businesses that are shuttered because of COVID-19. These are the things, corruption at City Hall, which is rampant. These are the things I want us to spend time talking about, not about spinning petty conspiracy theories. If people don't like what I'm saying or like me, I'll be voted out, and that'll be that, and we can all vote for who we want. But with that, I hope you'll join me in moving forward. And if you have concerns that are legitimate, bring them forth. If they're not legitimate and you choose to bring them forth, that's obviously your choice. But I don't know that I'll continue to remain silent and be the punching bag. So, sorry I have to address those items. I am honored, it's kind of a pivot, that we are joined this evening by our councilman of Council District 2, Paul Krikorian. He is set to speak after our public comments on non-agenda items as it relates to the agenda. You may notice that agenda items, because there was a number of people that were concerned about our public comments and how we were aggregating them, at least for now, we are returning to the previous model. So public agenda comments will be opened and closed during the agenda item. I'll be very clear opening it. You will please raise your hand by utilizing the app or pressing *9 if you are on a dial-up. We'll have 2 minutes to speak. That may change through the later course of the meeting if it gets too late, but I do want to give people the opportunity to speak. With that said, we will move to public comments on non-agenda items. These are non-agenda items. You'll have 2 minutes per speaker. Do I have any volunteers with a timer? Okay, great. I'll do it. I will just pull this up. Give me. Okay, so with that, please raise your hand if you have public comment on non-agenda items. Okay. Okay, here is the dial-in. Phone number ending in 879. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
You'll have to unmute your phone. There you
Phone
go.
number ending in 879.
There he is.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, this is Lex Roman. I'm calling in about what you mentioned, Randy, about the homelessness committee. I sent y'all a comment over email. I don't want to be calling in any more than y'all want to listen to me. I'm fully aware that you're volunteers and that, you know, many of you, hopefully all of you, are here because you care about your community. Some of you may know that I helped start the homelessness committee with Keith Trollenberg, Abra's late husband. And the intention of that committee when we started it was to help support folks in need. And we did a lot of great work around that. We did a lot of business outreach. We helped connect with service providers, including NoHo Home Alliance. And we did things like hygiene kit builds. And it is, I mean, I am extremely concerned that the person that's now in charge of that is from the sheriff's department. The main reason that we're concerned about that, just to be really clear, is that it is being widely reported that the sheriff's department is straight up executing people for fun. I mean, that is in the news in, you know, national publications. So it's like, we're really beyond opinion here. This is, I mean, it's factual that the sheriff's department is violent. So to put someone who's not from our community, has an unclear stakeholdership in charge of the homelessness committee, and then to remove members who might want to actually support the unhoused is really concerning. So I am calling in support of keeping Abra Sussman on the committee. I'm unclear on who has that power because the bylaws for Studio City seem very confusing, but like it would just be a huge mistake and would just continue the rest of our detachment from the neighborhood council, as it has been a great disappointment to many of us who live here in Studio City.
Thank you. Time has expired. I think this might actually be Richard Adams.
Yeah.
Phone number ending in 008. Go ahead.
I think that's Richard.
I think so. So let's.
Okay, I'm unmuted. I couldn't remember
Okay.
which star number. I don't remember like I used to remember. Randy, yes, I'm here. I'm attending the
Okay.
meeting. The only public comment I have would be to your speech, your comments as board president. You are absolutely correct about who gets to appoint and how things work. I support you completely. We disagree on many things, but that's neither here nor there. You're the president. I'm retired military. You're in charge. And whether we disagree on things, I can
What?
take that up with you. But there we go. There we are.
Sure.
I have my timer here. Be your timer.
Sure. Okay. Well, thanks, Richard. I want to continue with because we have a number of people who want to comment. Next, we have
Okay,
public
and it's
comments,
star on 6 to uncomment. To mute again.
*6 to mute or unmute yourself. *9 to
Okay.
raise your hand or lower your hand
I'm-
if you're on a dial-up.
I'm muting
Continuing
now.
forward with great. Continuing forward with public comment. Eric Preben, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. It's Eric Preben, the former Government Affairs Chair, for context. And Randy Willis, I do appreciate your remarks and your sort of endless supply of normalization. The reality is that the meeting in February was a meeting that was in the community's interest to have. It was not improperly scheduled. And the meeting in October that Brian and I tussled over was an issue in which Barry Johnson reached in and tried to nix it. It was voted on properly by the entire Government Affairs Committee. There was never any finding. There was never anything other than it never made it to the board and died. A nice chap came from an organization, spoke to us. It had nothing to do with my own personal agenda. The February meeting was not my personal agenda either. And I wasn't crossing over into land use. It was a public works item that's on a city agenda about a project that Caro knew about because he was taking contributions from the developers who were planning something 700 feet west of Witsit on Ventura Boulevard. So ding, 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 right next to the Harvard Westlake Weddington plan. So something we would want to know what is going on before we give away city property. That, along with additional information about the Studio City Rec Center, monstrosity and sneaky project to put a big building on our open space, our vital limited open space. And thirdly, there was another item, which was the Gibson Transportation Studio City plan, which was also a controversy because they want to, and have not yet initiated, but claim that they're going to direct traffic one way and not another in a complicated manner that did not include real outreach and included a different. And so that's why we put them on the agenda. And this is a retaliation. There was no reason to put a woman who's never been involved in our council, who doesn't even want to, if you look at her emails, be a part of it so much anymore. It's sad. And it's sad to see that Barry and Lisa Sarkin, who have been involved for so long and are welcome to be, are reaching in and basically removing the open government transparency guy. And they're going to get away with it because you claim, and Michael Lazar seems to believe, everybody believes that these bylaws—
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next, we have public comment. One sec. Next, we have public comment by, I think this is Studio City Mitz. Studio City resident Mitz, whenever you're ready.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much. I'll keep this 2 minutes. I want to say thank you, everybody. Hope everybody's safe. Thank you to the Studio City Neighborhood Council. I just want to give you an update. I live near the Campo de Cahuenga walkway behind Rouse. I want to let everybody know that between talking with Sean Smith, LAPD Senior Lead Officer, and Casey Ramstead, CHP and COPS Team Explorer Advisor, and Nazarian's office, the area has been cleaned up, but within a day, a few unhoused individuals have come back, but the area that has been problematic for a very long time and caused a lot of us neighbors in the area to call LAPD every single day for screaming, fighting, what have you, has been pretty much cleaned up. And we wanted to thank those that were involved in it and those that took the time to make this happen. I know there's a problem across the city, across everywhere, up and down the coast, but you know, in our little area where we walk to keep our area safe, has been somewhat cleaned up. I wanted to give an update that there is still 2 tents that are there where they do not want to move. And today, this morning, we had a break-in in our apartment complex where a transient came into our apartment and tried to steal one of our handicapped individuals' motorized wheelchair, and it was a big fiasco. We called LAPD out. Of course, it's a misdemeanor. It's a 0 bail. They couldn't do anything. but that person still lives in one of the encampments in the Campo de Coengo walkway. We let CHP, we let Caltrans know, and they said, of course, they're doing their thing. Happy to know that a lot of people did get the support they needed, and they have gone off to get support that they need for being homeless. So that's a great day, and that's good for everybody. But at the same time, there's still issues, and we're still having problems. And to those that are helping out, and I look forward to speaking with Steve on the homeless committee and just seeing how we as a neighborhood can really step up and get our neighborhood safe. It is definitely safer now.
Thank you, Mr.
No problem. Thank you.
Time expired. Thank you. Next we have, let's see. Patrice Berlin, whenever you're ready, please go ahead. Just unmute yourself.
Okay, hi everybody. I want everyone to know that Project Room Key for up to 400 homeless at the Sportsman's Lodge Hotel they do not require background checks. They allow addicts in the hotel, and they do not do COVID checks other than doing a temp check. As of last week, there's no exit plan for where the hundreds of homeless will go when Sportsman's wants them gone. There's been an increase in crime in our neighborhood in the vicinity of Sportsman's, including armed robbery, attacks on neighbors, as well as a felon with a stolen vehicle in their parking lot, as well as numerous complaints from neighbors. Sportsman's Lodge got a sweetheart deal and is making over $17,000 a night and over $500,000 a month for 3 months. We have asked Ben Besley, executive, repeatedly to hire a car patrol service for the safety of families and children in nearby, but he refuses to do so. He will talk about hiring a few men on bikes for Ventura Boulevard that have to do a bid, but they only go till 6 p.m. But he only talks about Ventura Boulevard, not our neighborhood. Secondly, I just wanted to mention Sportsman's changed the original approved plan for the project, and they have added up to as many as 10 restaurants and a market to the plan with no additional parking. I know later on you're going to talk about alcohol permits for 913 seats, but the point I want to make is the original parking and traffic studies no longer apply for the peak hours because they've changed them. Parking and traffic could be horrendous. The gym, restaurants, and market could be quite full at the same time, where originally there was going to be many retail stores. So I'm asking the board, I'm asking Councilman Krikorian to please request that these traffic and parking studies be redone since the whole project.
Your time has expired. Thank you, Patrice. I appreciate it. Next we have Peter Cole. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hi there. I wanted to speak to the issue with Project Room Key and Sportsman's also. At the recent Public Safety Committee meeting, Captain Ramirez was a guest speaker, and he said because of the uptick in crime as a result of Project Room Key, that they were going to be putting some plainclothes officers in the area to deal. And it just doesn't make sense to me with the limited amount of officers we have access to that Sportsman's can be making $500,000 a month or $1.5 million on their contract to house the homeless, but they can offload their security responsibilities on LAPD. As you've heard before, Patrice said that we've asked them multiple times to pony up for a patrol service for the surrounding areas, and all we do is get some double speak. I did reach out to Vicky at the bid to talk to her about this issue, and typically she gets right back to me, but that was before Ben Besley was on the bid, so perhaps there's some pressure happening to not talk to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have phone number ending in 713. Phone number ending in 713. Just go ahead and unmute yourself. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hello?
6. Yeah, there you go.
Hi, hello, hi, you're there.
Hi. I'm an unhoused person that lives in Studio City, and I wanted to speak to the homelessness committee decision to reappoint the chair of position to a sheriff. I listened to the last meeting. I wasn't able to figure out how to unmute, but I wasn't really touched by anything that the new chair, Mr. Johnson, said. I wonder when the last time they spoke to a homeless person actually was. Sometimes when I hear certain things, and that's not to pit myself like opposite everything. A lot of the things that people with like NIMBY attitudes said, I actually thoroughly agreed with. For example, the Project Room Key has a lot of flaws and isn't helping people the way it could. And it's actually shut me out and my significant other. And we've lived in the area of it for 2 years. So that's one of the flaws it has. But I would like to please draw attention to the distrust between law enforcement and unhoused people. The LAPD's 2018 use of force report is a good reference as far as it points out the 1 in every 6 arrests they do, and 1 in every 3 use of force incidences that they do are on an unhoused person. If less than 1% of the population is unhoused, and 1 in 3 use of force incidences is against those people, that's insane. I mean, that's proof that like we have reason to be distrusting behind our allegorical experiences. So I would also like to speak in support of Ms. Sussman. I generally agree with what she says.
Thank you. Unfortunately, your time has expired. Next, we have Abra. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hi, everyone. I'm Abra.
Hi, good evening. Abra, sorry.
That's okay. I am working with Steve. We're working together despite our differing views, so I'm not here to talk about that or my position on law enforcement, which is well known. I am here to talk about the concern that I voiced at the last meeting about the current policies for removing and appointing chairs and committee members. And I want to urge the council to revise those policies, which give unilateral power to presidents and chairs. So I think you all know that right now presidents can remove and appoint whoever they want for any reason or even for no reason. And I want to thank you, Nancy, for inviting me to the last bylaws and operating procedures meeting to talk about this. I learned there that right now as board members, if you don't like a president's decision about a chair, you would need to vote him or her out in the hope that the next president would reverse the decision. There aren't any preventative measures, such as an approval vote. It made me wonder why removing a president from his or her position is your only avenue for dissent. And it made me wonder, is this the way it works elsewhere? The short answer I found out is no. I looked at the policies of every single one of the 99 neighborhood councils, and Studio City is an extreme outlier. When it comes to removing a chair, there are 68 neighborhood councils that present their policies online, and I read every one, and Studio City and Woodland Hills are the only 2 that give full power to the president. In the other 66, there are policies such as the board approving by a 2/3 majority vote, or the committee doing so. Sometimes it's both. As for appointing chairs, I found policies for 87 neighborhood councils. Studio City is one of only 4 that give full power to the president. Again, the other 83 require approval votes or have some form of protection. So when policy change is possible, I'm urging you to act. Committee chairs and members who volunteer their time to serve our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Your time is expired. Next we have, hold on. Phone number ending in 018. Phone number ending in 018, just hit #6 to unmute. Go ahead,
It's
hello.
Barry, can you hear me?
We can hear you now, Barry. Hi, Barry. Go ahead.
Hi. I just wanted to say I echo what you said earlier about both homeless people and members of law enforcement. All it takes is, 1% of either group to give both groups a bad name. So, there's lots of good and decent homeless people out there, and there's lots of good and decent law enforcement out there. And I'm telling you, as a member of the media out in the field, I see the good of both, way more than the bad. But all it takes is one shooting, either at an officer or at a so-called innocent person, and it demonizes the rest of the entire group. So I would be really careful about demonizing somebody just because they work for the sheriff's department. There's a lot of good people there, a lot more good people in law enforcement and in the homeless community than there are bad. And it's unfortunately the bad that get all the publicity because that's what gets the news ratings, That's all.
Thank you, Barry. Next we have Alexandria Nassif. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Randy. Hello.
Hi,
Everyone.
thank you.
Hi, Alexandria Nassif here, Sherman Oaks resident and board member. I have a few things. I'm going to really have to speed through it. Okay, so thank you all for having me. I have a few things for Richard and Michael. I'm not sure if you got my email. Sorry it took me so long to get to you, but happy Hispanic Heritage Month for Cultural Affairs. This will be a really amazing time to do something to celebrate. I have reached out to council members of the Gabrielino and Tongva tribe. Those are the ancestors of the tribes of people that inhabited the Los Angeles Basin and the surrounding areas. They do acorn festivals in November, so fingers crossed maybe if COVID allows us, we can do something fun outside. In addition, I have reached out to the University of California Department of Agricultural and Natural Resources for a possible lecturer to present on the amazing farm decades and farm history that we had in particularly the San Fernando Valley. I read an article online, I sent it over to Richard and Michael, and it was amazing, and I was super duper excited. Maybe if COVID lets us, we can have a farm festival and wear our hats. I have also reached out to some principals as far as just expanding neighborhood council awareness in general. As a full-time substitute teacher at Van Nuys Middle, I'm actually able to lead homeroom there, so I'm able to share some of what we have going on with our SONC, Sherman Oaks Neighborhood Council things, as well as possible students who would be interested in joining a youth committee, if that's something your board would be interested in. Some SONC updates. We are in the last stages of finalizing our Meet Your Neighbor speaker series with the tentative date of October 10th.
Your time has expired. I apologize.
It's okay. The most important stuff is at the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next, we have Melanie Winter. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thanks. I'm just going to be very brief. A few months ago, I requested that the Studio City Neighborhood Council website include who each board member, what position each board member held. In other words, were you representing residents, business, renters? Stated that that would be very easy to do, and it hasn't happened yet. And I know website changes are very easy to do. So again, I'm going to reiterate my request that our website includes who the board members are representing as board members before the next board meeting. And I would also like to request that the board agenda be posted on the front page of the website. Easy to find, so you don't have to go searching 2 or 3 things down to find it. So particularly want to click on a Facebook link. It'd be great to have it posted there within the 72-hour limit, as well as at CBS. That's it. Thank you.
And it's been posted on Facebook.
No, I said I didn't want to go to Facebook to get the agenda. It would be on the Studio City Neighborhood Council website homepage.
Great.
Thank you.
Should be there. Thank you. I appreciate it. Definitely look into it. Next, we have Mr. Mandel, whenever you're ready.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for calling on me. I just wanted to make a few quick points. One about this infamous tweet, and obviously I know the difference between protected speech and when people are speaking on behalf of the council or a committee. And from where I see this, there was a retweet, and then it was bookended by someone who appeared to me as speaking on behalf of her position on the neighborhood council committee. So I heard this board censure somebody else for doing something what I thought was similar. As far as the crime amongst the homeless, they commit what's called Part 1 crimes 7 times greater than those of the general population. So that should also be taken in. And lastly, the previous head, the chair of the homelessness committee, posted that there is absolutely no affiliation whatsoever between the SCNC and any of the homeless providers. And just by this discussion of the certain member of the committee who is affiliated, I think that is also another false statement.
Thank you. So just a quick note, to be clear, the motion to censure of a board member was actually tabled, and so that censure never happened as it relates to comments that are inappropriate. With that, we will close public comment on non-agenda items, as I see no new hands raised. We will move forward to, let's see, Michael, you should see a CM in the attendees. I believe that is the council member. Let's see.
Voted.
Let's see, CM. Maybe not. Oh,
Hi.
it's unmuting.
No, I am not part of the council. My name's Carl Molstein.
Aha. Well, it's to meet you. Sorry for my mistake. 1 second here. Okay, so I don't see.
I've got him.
Okay, great. Thank you. There it is. I see the picture, recognize the picture. And it's unmuted. Good evening, Councilman Krikorian. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your schedule to join us here in Studio City.
It's a great pleasure. Thank you very much for having me. I chose my old school Studio City background for the occasion. So
appreciate it.
So
go right ahead. I understand from your office there were some initial comments you wanted to make, and then I'm sure there are questions from the public, and I've actually even received some questions in advance. So you tell me how you would you like to? Did you have some initial comments on subjects out of the gate, or
okay?
What would you like?
Yeah. Why don't I just start with some big overview stuff, and then I'm happy to come back to questions for as long as you have time. First, let me thank you again for having me. This has been, I hope everyone is staying safe and healthy. This has obviously been a time unlike any other that we've ever experienced, both because of the pandemic and the economic circumstances, the homelessness challenges that everybody's been talking about. This has been a rough year. And it's been tough for me, tough for all of you, I know, tough for our constituents. But at the same time, as we go through times like this, it's also really inspiring to see that people are still caring for each other, still serving, still stepping up to help our community. And I just want to take a moment to thank all of you who are on the board for your willingness to continue to serve our city, to make Studio City a better place. As a Studio City resident, I very much appreciate the work that you're doing, the compassion and passion that you show in your leadership. It's a tough job being on a neighborhood council board, and I just want to let you know how much I appreciate the work that all of you do. A couple of particularly kind of inspiring initiatives that I want to thank you for: your Feed Folks initiative, Mike Piscatelli's leadership, and Rachel Tobias, and Randy, Patty Kirby, Michael, and so many others. This was really an impactful thing that you started up right out of the gate in the spring, and it really made a difference for a lot of folks. And so thank you for that. And thank you also for the Juneteenth walk art installation, Erica Fox and Bish Basham and others who worked on that. These are the sorts of things that make a difference for people in times that are otherwise kind of a downer. And when you have opportunities like that to lift each other up, it means a lot. So thank you. So that being said, let me get into more of the downer part of it. This is my 8th year now serving as chair of the council's budget committee. And as I'm sure you've all been keeping close track of, this is far and away the most challenging budget situation that we have faced, certainly since the Great Recession, and maybe even including that. I took over as budget chair at a time when we were still teetering on the edge in the aftermath of the 2008 meltdown. And through a variety of steps that we took to try to conserve resources, consolidate, do pension reform, work with our unions, and otherwise, we were able to get through that challenge, balance the budget, eliminate almost all of the structural deficit, and build up the largest emergency reserves that the city had ever had in its entire history. And it proved to be monumentally important as we got into this budget year. because while we began fiscal year 1920 with a reserve of almost 7%, almost $500 million, by the time we began this budget year, almost half of that was gone. It had dropped down to 3.5%. Because almost $200 million of that reserve had to be used in COVID response and in replacing the revenues that were necessary to pay salaries and so on, get us through the budget year, the end of last budget year, when our revenues had essentially collapsed. So it's been a very, very tough time. Even since the mayor proposed his budget for this year, which was back in April-ish when he proposed his budget, since that time, we know that we are going to have significantly reduced revenues. So far in this year, this budget, this fiscal year, our revenues are about $80 million short of where they had been projected to be, and that number could grow. So we're facing some very, very difficult choices in cutting back on expenses, and we're taking every step that we can to try to reduce them, putting off settlements of liability cases until future fiscal years. We started a separation incentive program to incentivize people to retire early to take them off the payroll. We're talking with all of the unions now about about potential cost-saving measures that we may be able to negotiate with the unions. So there's a number of steps that we're taking, but make no mistake about it, it's going to be a tough, tough, tough budget year. This is not going to be the year to launch new programs. This is going to be the year to try to preserve what we can of existing services. That is not good news, but it is the reality of the world, and it's the situation that cities across the country are facing. I'm hopeful, I remain hopeful that there may be additional actions on the part of Congress to replace some of the lost revenues that local governments have experienced. You've all probably heard about the CARES Act money that the city got. None of that can be spent on revenue replacement. It can only be spent on expenses relating to COVID-19. And so in terms of replenishing our reserves and trying to make up for those lost revenues, right now, none of the federal support will do that. I'm hopeful, because other cities are in the same boat across the country, that Congress will see fit to do a second measure. And if that's the case, hopefully we'll be able to avoid some of the furloughs and other impacts that these cuts are going to have. In terms of homelessness, obviously this is front and center in everybody's attention. It's the most important issue that we're facing right now, the most important issue probably that any of us will deal with in our lifetimes. And this year, in our budget, there's about $400 million set aside for homelessness-related programs, including full funding for CARE and CARE Plus, which are the sanitation cleanup crews for particularly problematic homeless encampments. They will not be furloughed, so they'll be proceeding with their work, but they're presented with additional challenges, including the very public health needs related to COVID-19. So as a result of that, for example, tents are not coming down as they would normally. So it's a needless to say, quite a challenge to just keep up with the needs of public health, public safety, public sanitation with regard to the growing homeless population. So some of the steps that I've tried to take in our district to address this issue more substantively and not just move it around from place to place is number one, we opened the first homeless services navigation center in the entire city. It's in North Hollywood. And during the COVID-19 emergency stay-at-home orders, that was the only place in the entire San Fernando Valley where people experiencing homelessness could go to get a shower or access services. You know, there's hygiene facilities there's showers, there's bathrooms, there's housing navigators and other social service navigators who can direct the homeless population to the services that will help them. There's storage for their goods, case management, and starting next month, there will be employment services there as well, a day labor center associated with it. So that population who's visiting the navigation center can get employment as well. Back in July, I opened the first bridge housing facility under the mayor's a bridge home program in the entire San Fernando Valley. That's on Raymer Street in North Hollywood. It's open, up and running. It's been a great success for 85 people who are housed there now. And then in August, we opened another bridge home site on Van Nuys Boulevard, just off of Van Nuys Boulevard, with capacity for 100 homeless individuals. And these are places where they're not just shelters, they're places that people are referred to, and then they are provided with outreach services and so on to direct them into more sustainable permanent housing and to address the needs that they may have, so that we, you know, don't just move people, but actually break the cycle of homelessness. All three of those facilities are being run by an outstanding service provider called Hope of the Valley, which has just been life-changing for the people who are there. And it's also made a big difference for the surrounding communities, frankly. We also launched an RV pilot program where areas in North Hollywood and Sun Valley that are particularly beset by RV encampments are being cleaned up. There's outreach going out to the people who are living there. They're being provided with trash removal, septic tank pumping, and so on. Helps the neighborhood, helps the people living there. So these are some of the steps that we've taken so far. Going forward, there are plans in place for 3 tiny home shelter villages in the district that will add additional capacity for being able to get people housed and out from under overpasses. And when those sites are all up and running, when you take them together, we'll have enough shelter capacity to house every person in this district who is currently unsheltered and living, you know, on the sidewalks. We still have a lot of people who are living in vehicles, and that's a separate kind of set of solutions. But in terms of people who are currently living on sidewalks and under bridges, that will be sufficient capacity to be able to address all of them. Our HOPE teams of LAPD are doing amazing work in addressing the needs of the folks who are out there, building relationships with them, and identifying people who are ready to receive services and helping to connect them with services. And frankly, also identifying people who are problematic and addressing them, you know, when necessary from a law enforcement perspective, and that need is there as well. I'm sure there'll be questions about homelessness. I'd be happy to talk further about that. In terms of crime, and I think Captain Ramirez is on the call as well. So I want to welcome and thank him for his work and for the men and women of North Hollywood Division. Overall crime is down in Studio City 16% this year over last year. Property crimes are down almost 20%. There have been some burglaries down 30%. There have been some spikes in some areas of crime, and this is true around the San Fernando Valley, not just in North Hollywood. Grand theft, auto being one of them. It's up around the valley, less so in Studio City, but still we've had a significant increase here. And also an increase in aggravated assaults. And maybe Captain Ramirez will want to talk about that, but a lot of that does seem to be related to homeless encampments where the homeless themselves are often the victims of those crimes as well. So, so overall, crime is down, but we have some obviously significant problem areas where we have to continue to be vigilant. And our relationship, your relationship with North Hollywood Division, I know is excellent. They're doing a terrific job. In terms of the economic impacts of COVID-19, we are facing obviously some devastating downturns in the local economy. It's been especially hard on small businesses. As we come out of this, it's really going to be important for the council and the mayor to continue to try to provide as much opportunity as we can for lifting businesses up. And a few things that we've done already in that regard with using some of the CARES Act money that I mentioned, we funded at my initiation with the mayor, we funded an $11 million microloan program for small businesses to help them get through with their bills through this difficult time. I created a grant program for performing arts organizations in the district, especially important in the NoHo Arts District, where we had so many theaters that were just hanging on by their fingertips. So we provided a grant program of for 24 different arts organizations. I've created an expedited restaurant beverage program, which will allow sit-down restaurants who are willing to meet a list of conditions that are more protective of the neighborhood than the typical conditional use permit. If they're willing to agree to those conditions, then we will expedite that process so that restaurants can get up and running and making a profit more quickly, and we protect neighborhoods as well. I launched with the LA Business Council the Compete for LA program, which is a new platform by which small businesses will be able to participate in some of the larger procurement opportunities that come from our Measure M investments in transportation, the Olympics, some of the other big events that we have coming up. This is an opportunity to make sure that a lot of that business that usually goes only to large international companies will be focused more on local businesses and particularly small businesses. And at my initiation, we created, for the first time in Los Angeles' history, the Small Business Commission, which will, Citizens Commission, which will advise the council on small business issues. And my appointee to the Small Business Commission, by the way, is a Studio City restaurateur, Charles Liu, and he's doing a great job. Speaking of restaurants, we have launched in the district the LA Alfresco program in the NoHo Arts District, a stretch of Magnolia, just adjacent to Lankershim. We have closed off a lane of traffic, and it's the first place in Los Angeles where we've actually closed traffic lane to allow outdoor dining. And so far, it's been a great success. It's very popular for the restaurants and for the neighborhood. Studio City, I know the Studio City Business Improvement District is also applying for some alfresco opportunities. And I look forward to working with the neighborhood council to identify where the best locations for those sorts of opportunities may be. A few things relating to transportation. First of all, you may know about the LA DOT Slow Streets program. We are rolling out a slow street program in the Silver Triangle beginning on September 26th. We won't close streets off to traffic, but there's going to be signage and a variety of small barriers and things to reduce speeding and reduce the degree of cut through traffic and make sure that it's neighborhood only. As best we can, because people are out walking, they're riding their bikes, they're at home. So it makes sense to try to slow traffic down, to let people utilize the streets and the sidewalks in a safer way, and to keep things a little bit more peaceful in our neighborhoods. The neighborhood traffic management program for Studio City, we're finalizing the work orders with LADOT for all of the recommendations in the plan, and they're going to begin implementing those recommendations in the fall. Parking enforcement. I know people have had mixed views about relaxed parking enforcement. This was important when the Safer at Home orders first went into effect, because people were at home with their vehicles. And so we didn't think that it was right that people would be getting tickets on street cleaning days and so on when they had to be home. That has a downside, and that is, for example, dealing with potentially abandoned vehicles. If you're relaxing enforcement, you have a harder time addressing that. So we're modifying that. We're working with the mayor right now. Through October 1st, we're maintaining the relaxed enforcement with regard to residential street sweeping violations, expired registrations, peak rush hour gridlock zone enforcement, and other things. But we are enforcing metered parking violations, preferential parking district violations, posted time limit zones, and a variety of other things. So we're working on striking that balance. Not ground transportation related, but air transportation related. I think all of you have been following the noise issues around Burbank Airport. And you know that I vice chaired the noise task force with representatives from Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena, and all of my colleagues on the council who represent the San Fernando Valley. We completed a list of 16 detailed recommendations that we submitted to the FAA for reducing air traffic noise impacts. We've begun to get those responses from the responsible agencies. Obviously, or not surprisingly, the FAA's response, which we've just recently received, was not encouraging. That's not a surprise. And so it's going to be important for us to continue to keep the pressure on the FAA. And in that regard, the city attorney and I have asked for additional time for the people of Los Angeles to be able to comment on the Burbank Airport replacement terminal draft EIR. So that is currently available for a comment, and I think anybody who's interested in this should comment on it so that we make sure that we use that opportunity to make our voices heard about noise impacts. We're continuing to push forward with our lawsuit. It's now pending in the Ninth Circuit, and we also filed litigation under the Freedom of Information Act to get additional documentation from the FAA. We have achieved that to some respect. There's more that we need to do. I'm afraid I'm probably using up more time than I should have. I can talk a little bit about the Southeast Valley Community Plan update. You know that this is still in process. They've had a number of community workshops come out to talk to the neighborhood council. There is still opportunity for more comment on that. Ventura Boulevard is not going to be included in that community plan update because it has its own specific plan, obviously. I know your land use committee is on top of that. We're also applying the RECODE program to make sure that some of the more administrative changes that we can make in the Ventura Boulevard specific plan area to encourage a more vital and more interesting business community along Ventura Boulevard will be enhanced without causing the sorts of problems that the specific plan was intended to prevent. let's see. Studio City Rec Center. I know that's been on everyone's radar. Unfortunately, we put that out to bid. The prices that came back for the construction cost in response to the RFP are well above what there is funding available for now. We were not able to get a Proposition 68 grant from the state. So there's still a significant funding shortfall for that project, which we're continuing to work on. But as of now, we still have a ways to go to fill that gap. Some other park things that I can just hold off for now. I think given how long I've already gone, let me go ahead and go back to however you want to handle questions.
Sure. So we have hands up. We have a couple questions that have come that came in advance. And I'll just throw one at you first, and we'll start calling on stakeholders. Of course, board members, raise your hand as well. But of course, want to give focus to our stakeholders. You were so kind of giving your time to the SCRA recently as well, and speaking at length and taking questions. And one of the questions actually was a question that I had asked as it related to fraud, waste, and abuse from information the SCNC had received from our city controller, Ron Galprin. And at the time, you said that you weren't sure specifically what he was referring to. I heard back today, actually late in the afternoon, from Chris Concepcion, who's the Deputy Chief Staff and Director of Government Affairs for the Controller. And he said, he gave me the following info. He said, quote, as you may know, in 2008, prior to the Great Recession, our office had 4 special investigator positions in our fraud, waste, and abuse unit. Due to the recession, attrition, and required reductions during that time, our resources were reduced over time to 1 special investigator. Since 2011, our FWA unit has only had 1 special investigator. You will find the council file for fiscal year 2021 and for 1920. Our budget letters, which were listed as communication from the controller, were submitted correspondence to your committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, requesting additional FWA resources. As well, for 2021, Councilmember Ryu also sent a letter to Budget and Finance Committee requesting additional resources to your office. It says, quote, you'll notice in the adopted budgets, however, from the last almost 10 years, the Special Investigator Position Authority has remained at position 1. And while I recognize the significant financial challenges the city faces, we also know that unfortunately, as you spoke strongly against the corruption in our city. And while, yes, the majority of civil servants are honest, hardworking people, the city employs, 50,000 people, and yet the city continues to pass a budget with only 1 fraud, waste, and abuse investigator in the controller's office. I just wonder why is it that their request for an additional money for an investigator continues to go unanswered? And if you think it's, at this point, a moral obligation, really, that's something that has to be prioritized in light of all of the corruption, expanding FBI probes, et cetera.
Okay, well, there's a lot to unpack there. Let me say, first of all, that I, along with Councilmember Ryu, have introduced a motion to create an Inspector General position, an office, an independent one that won't be under the oversight of an elected official. And the controller, of course, is an elected official. And there's a fair amount of posturing in what you just read coming from the controller's office. He has hundreds of people who work for him as inspectors, as accountants who oversee departments. And so, to cite 1 or 2 positions out of that entire budget when we have increased their budget regularly, as I mentioned before, every time he's requested it of me, I think it's a little disingenuous of them, to be honest, to talk about that. We have an ethics commission. I've continued to support every ethics commission request that they have made, and that's been finalized in the budget. So, you know, that sounds like this sounds like kind of a back channel way for them to make an additional budget request when every other department in the city is also struggling mightily to try to get through with limited resources. But that being said, I do think that the money we spend on accounting review is money well spent. And we've seen time and again where when we have oversight from accountants, from inspectors general, it does absolutely produce positive results. Back in the recession, for example, we were able to identify $60 million in the Department of Transportation. It wasn't a question of fraud. It was just, but it was a question of oversight of what their responsibilities were to the general fund. And so we were able to identify that, and that helped us get through the budget year, frankly. So I do think those are wise investments. The particular positions in a huge office of a fellow elected official, I couldn't speak specifically to those and why they are more advantageous than any of the other hundreds of positions that he has doing that work.
Sure. And the last question I have for you, if you can speak to the last time you visited our neighborhood council and of course around issues of homelessness, there was inevitably, I think, around this conversation, talking about the unhoused, inevitably we talk about mental health, if that's a county issue, and we talk about ultimately the legal constraints of LPS, you know, the Act of 1967, and being tied to that. And while I recognize as a councilman, you know, on the one hand, we would say, look, it's not my department, right? Because it's a state issue. On the other hand, right, you represent a district of close to 250,000 people, and I'm just curious if, you know, don't we as a city have an obligation when we see that maybe perhaps these policies are shackling us from getting people the help that they need, while we know over 1,000 people continue to die on the streets each year. Can you speak to LPS if you feel that maybe it's appropriate for yourself or the council to take a stronger position of educating perhaps constituents so that we can better be a more mobile voice or louder voice in lobbying our officials in Sacramento that this is something that needs to be revisited?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, look, I recognize the value of the Lanterman Act and how important it was to ensure the independence of people who were struggling with mental illness. And I also recognize that people don't lose their civil rights because they suffer from a mental illness, which is like any other illness, and it shouldn't be seen otherwise. That being said, I am deeply concerned that we're in this destructive cycle where people are not cared for their condition, for their mental illness. And because they are not cared for, they're not left in a position that they are able to make judgments about their own care. And that creates a cycle that leads to a hopeless situation for the person suffering from that mental illness. And it leads to, frankly, a hopeless situation to the communities that then have to deal with the ramifications of all that. And so I couldn't agree more. I've had, you know, conversations with Supervisor Catherine Barger, who takes a very strong interest in this very issue, and our assembly member as well. And I think that we do need to, like so many other good ideas, after a few decades of experience, it's time to look at how we can refine it and how we can perhaps create a situation where it's easier to obtain conservancy, that will be, so that we'll be able to care for the needs of that person who isn't able to care for themselves. But relying on, the LAPD to become involved only when the person is a danger to others or themselves is not a sound, sustainable way to deal with thousands of people who could be living productive lives if they just got care for their illness.
Right, thank you. So with that, I want to move to just questions from stakeholders. I already see a handful of hands up. So we will start at the top. Eric Previn, go ahead. If you can please, everyone as well, be as concise in your questions as possible, just so we can get through as many questions.
Sure.
Go ahead, Eric.
I appreciate the conversation with the controller and the council member about, how to check corruption and get some accountability. It's just that I'm not sure that staffing up in the controller's office or the ethics commission is really the way to do that. I think that a vibrant journalism is a better approach. And I'm just wondering what the council member thinks about the fact that we've had a decimated the newspapers. I mean, isn't it a to inform the public if the newspapers are dying? And what is going to save us? How are we going to stay informed? I mean, neighborhood councils really help.
So, Mr. Previn, you broke up a little bit, but I thought what I heard is, what's the role of local journalism in trying to, root out the potential for corruption and so on. I think that was the thrust of it. And it is a sad truth that, the journalism business has suffered. And as a result, the layoffs of reporters who are covering the state capitol and city hall is woefully diminished. The ones that we have are pretty great. The folks who cover City Hall for the LA Times are darn good, and they're really good at investigative stuff. And of course, they play a vital role in that. But that's not enough. You can't just count on journalists to uncover this stuff. That's why I supported this Inspector General measure. I'm on the board of Metro as well, and Metro, obviously handles billions and billions of dollars in contracting and procurement. And we've had an Inspector General in place, there for a long time. She does tremendous work in identifying, potential problematic contractors, any even appearance of impropriety. And I don't see any reason that real estate transactions and development agreements and things like that in the city of Los Angeles shouldn't be subject to the same kind of scrutiny. A lot of times this discussion goes to campaign contributions. And, that's an important discussion to have. And if we want to talk about public financing of campaigns and so on, that's a good conversation to have. But look, that's not where this biggest problem is. The council member for the 14th Council District is accused by the FBI of taking shoe boxes full of $100 bills. That's not about an $800 campaign contribution. That's about hundreds of thousands of dollars of bribes that were given to him, allegedly, by real estate developers. So if we have a situation where we're not giving enough scrutiny to those transactions and they work, they're allowed to profit from that, then it's just going to continue this cycle of corruption, which is intolerable. Is one of the other things that, sorry, I don't mean to take too much time on this, but another step that I took to try to prevent that was on the very projects that were discussed in the FBI investigation of Mr. Weezar, the city attorney and I worked together to stop those projects in their tracks so that if there were approvals that were given that were based on any kind of fraudulent activity, any kind of violation of the law, that those approvals should be rescinded and reconsidered on the merits. And so, because I think the way you get at this is by not letting people profit from corruption as well.
Thank you. Next question we have is from Terry Austin. Go ahead.
Oh, hi. Hi, Councilman. Thank you.
Hi, Terry.
Hi. You started off your talk tonight saying tough budget year. And I think probably realistically, it's going to be tough years for a few years before we get back to some sort of normal. And then you were talking about the community center and the Prop 68 money not being there. And that project's been in the process for years and it's not going to happen. So what I wanted to say, and I brought this up at the Studio City Residents Association, is that I'm hoping you're going to advocate for the preservation of all our open space. And what I want to say is we have to differentiate between open space, true natural open space that's open to all residents, and artificial privately owned space, artificial turf space. Because every time I brought this up, and I bring this up all the time, you've mentioned all the wonderful school fields that the soccer fields up in Van Nuys that are on Van Nuys Boulevard that you've been a part of, and God bless the children that get to play on them. But if I wanted to go with a group of friends in the next 2 months, those fields are booked. You can't get on them. They are not open to the public. And the thing is, they are being used for a great purpose. However, my point is, going forward, knowing that we are not going to have, God's not making any more new space for us. We don't have any money to develop what we've got, that we need to preserve every tree canopy, every piece of natural space we have for the quality of life of your constituents. So I'm hoping that you will advocate for natural open space preservation and stop talking about anything that's artificial or a playing field in the same sentence as natural open space. That's my comment.
Okay. Well, I probably will keep talking about them together because there are a whole variety of recreational needs that people have. I agree completely with you in identifying the need for nature and for true open space, and for our ability to go and enjoy nature and a degree of peace in the outdoors. But we also have great needs for the kinds of recreational activities that you described with our Witsit soccer fields, for example, a place where kids were playing soccer on, if you want to call them fields, it would be a generous description because they were nothing but dirt and rocks. And, we created these, soccer fields for these neighborhood kids who don't have the luxury of living, in neighborhoods like most of ours. Maybe they're living in exceptionally dense neighborhoods of apartment buildings where they, their open space is a balcony if they're lucky. And so, we created those recreational spaces so that those kids can play like kids and be outside and have a place to enjoy sports and exercise and recreation. It's a different set of needs. I get it. And so we also have the need to be able to enjoy things like, for example, the bike paths along the LA River that we have been investing so much in, and creating the new stretch between Witsit and Coldwater, and doing the landscaping that is going to be coming between Laurel Canyon and Witsit, and some of those other places where we can walk and where we can ride and where we can enjoy just being out in nature and in the trees and so forth. So and protecting the tree canopy has been a centrally important policy priority of mine. I led the effort to, get the urban forestry master plan, underway, and that I protected as historic resources or the tree canopy on Kentura, for example. So this is a value that I share. I would chafe a little bit at saying that it should be one versus the other, because both matter.
Thank you, Councilman. If we can, so just because of time, I think we're going to do maybe 3 or 4 more questions. again, if you try to keep your question short and concise, that way we can get other stakeholders in. So we'll go to Lex Roman. You have your hand up, please go ahead. Question for the councilman.
Hi, yeah. So I think it's great. The navigation center is great. I love the bridge home and pallet housing projects. But when you talk about the budget, I'm curious why you're not advocating for removing the bridge home enforcement zones, because they're really expensive and they don't really solve anything.
Okay. It's a fair question, and I understand the sentiment behind it. But the balancing act that I have to strive as the representative of all the people in my district is that the people in my district want, I think on the whole, want to help find solutions for homelessness. And they also want to ensure that their quality of life in their neighborhood is going to be maintained. And there is considerable pressure, you know, in a lot of areas not to block any effort to provide services to the homeless population, and certainly to provide housing or shelter. And I think it's a reasonable trade-off to people to be able to give them the assurance that if, in fact, a shelter or a bridge housing facility or something like that goes into their neighborhood, that they're not going to get a situation where people start, where the homeless impacts in that neighborhood actually increase rather than decrease. I think people want to know that if they're providing services, if they're part of the solution, that part of that means that they're not going to have as much presence of, you know, the public health kinds of consequences of living on the street. And that's why it's important to have enhanced sanitation services around the bridge home facilities that are built. And I get it. I get a lot of the folks who are very active on this issue say, well, you know, it's not sanitation, it's more than that, and it's harassment and this and that. I disagree. I mean, if it does become that, then, you know, that's an operational thing that we need to solve. But providing sanitation services to people in communities who have accepted shelters and bridge housing into their communities, I think is not an unreasonable thing to provide.
Thank you. Black Puppet, go ahead.
Yes, this is more of a thank you. According to the FBI's United States versus Weezer indictment, apparently Paul Martin Krikorian passed a motion in budget that Scott Weezer his $550,000 payment. I want to see if you can tell us if you remember that or don't recollect. But he really thanks you, because if it didn't go through budget the day after that little plum meeting, motion by Price and LeBon, remember that? Well, you signed up on it, fool. And the Building and Safety Department and the Planning Department did not get consolidated, right? Do you remember that? What's your position on consolidating the two departments now?
My apologies to everyone for Mr. Spindler. It is what it is.
Okay, next question we have is from, hold on, here we go. Barry Johnson, go ahead. Let's try this. Barry, go ahead.
Hi, Paul. Yes,
Hi, Barry.
I've gotten about 3 emails in the last couple of weeks from stakeholders wondering, and this is both from single family and multifamily addresses adjacent to restaurant parking lots that are now being used for dining. And while they have no objection to what's going on in a temporary sense, they are worried that this is going to be extended beyond COVID. And I've noticed that Councilman Rue, who seems to introduce a motion a day lately, has introduced a motion to extend these forever. And as you know, we have limited parking in Studio City, and people are just scared that it's going to be gone forever and not come back once the COVID issue is over.
Yeah, well, this is a temporary thing. And the point of this is to take advantage of the situation where we have less traffic on the street because people are, staying at home and working from home, and restaurants are dying. So when you have those two things, and we can provide a temporary solution to help people, be able to get out in a socially distanced, safer way, to be able to allow our restaurant community, and especially, the small independents, they're the ones that are benefiting from not closing their doors forever. That's the objective of the LA Al Fresco program. Might it be appropriate to be permanent in some places? Maybe, but that should be a function of the same kind of land use process that we go through with everything, and analyze, what the parking needs are, what will be the traffic impacts, what will be the noise impacts. We do the normal process for that. Like, I don't want to bounce ideas, off the top of my head, but I continue to think that, that Ventura Court might offer some opportunities for some permanent reorganizing there that would make it a more pedestrian-friendly place, where it isn't just a cut through, diagonal. It becomes a destination. And so I'd like to work with the business community there to see, might there be some permanent changes there that would work, that wouldn't, cause the kinds of traffic and parking impacts that would be adverse. So I guess the short answer is no, we should never accept that every place that there's al fresco should become permanent. But might there be locations where that's appropriate? Sure, I'd be open to that.
So, talking with you, Councilman, we're gonna take one more question, just in consideration of your time as well as the amount of items remaining on our agenda. Of course, I'll speak for you. You'll tell me if I'm out of place. For those who have their hands up, these questions we don't get to, you're certainly always welcome to send those questions to Jessica, our tireless field director. And as Councilman said, in this new COVID environment, your team is working even more. There are no more quote unquote regular office hours. We thank
Randy, I have a very simple, very quick question.
Sure. Can I finish my sentence to the councilman, and then we're gonna hit? So let's do this, Richard. We're gonna. You'll just wait 1 minute. We're gonna let
Not a problem.
Peter Cole ask this question.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, hold on. Peter Cole, go ahead.
Hi there. Question. A while back, there was a stabbing of a grandfather in front of a local church by a homeless person in Studio City. And I never heard anything from you or from your office about that. And I get your email letters, and the next edition, rather than seeing something about the stabbing, what was mentioned was a call to murals or mural creators, and didn't address the tragedy in our neighborhood. So circling back to Randy's earlier question about mental illness and LPS, I would like to see you use your email list to educate constituents on what laws can be changed at the state level to facilitate changes for LPS. For instance, I called State Senator John Morlock's office. Got a call back. They spent 45 minutes with me talking about SB 640. I would like to see you use your power and your email list to educate constituents to make changes, because it seems like the whole thing with homeless, helping the homeless, we're at this roadblock here where we can't force them into treatment. And if we could make changes to LPS, and I'd like to ask you to help us educate everybody who basically just blames Reagan, and then there's a fight on next door and we go nowhere. So anyway.
I will absolutely commit to you to do that, because that I think, you know, my role in this is essentially what you just described. I think it's to help people to understand what the limitations of the current state law and federal civil rights decisions and so on are, and to try to provide tools that people may need to provide, you know, thoughtful changes to those things. So I will absolutely do that. And by the way, that crime occurred about 2 blocks from my house. So I, you know, am well aware of it, sensitive to the, you know, concern that people have about that. You know, the one thing I would, I feel the need to say this, that people commit crimes, and that becomes a police matter, and the police need to respond to crimes. Sometimes the people who commit those crimes are unhoused. Those are 2 separate concepts. Being homeless and being a criminal are 2 separate things. You can be a criminal and be housed. You can be homeless and, you know, not and perfectly law-abiding. And I worry when we conflate those issues, even in the press. You know, and the press identifies a criminal suspect as, you know, a homeless person. First of all, you know, I mean, how do they even know that? Second, what's the relevance of that? Any more than, you know, if they identified what high school he went to. You know, so we have to treat social issues as the social issue that it is, and not conflate it with a lot of other things. And when it comes to violent crime, you know, violent crime needs to be dealt with as violent crime, and there's no excuses for it. The fact that you had a tough upbringing, I'm sorry, it's not going to be an excuse if you commit a violent crime. But on the other hand, the way that we prevent a lot of that from happening is by getting at the underlying social issues. So I look at it as an opportunity to prevent things from happening in the first place.
Randy, I'm sorry, can I just add one tail end comment? It'll take 30 seconds.
Yeah, can we, so, no, sure. So first, yes, I we're missing that. I did acknowledge board members who might have something quickly. So Councilman, if we can indulge for a couple of minutes, although I know there are some folks who have questions. Again, for important, well, first, Richard Adams, but please feel free to reach out to Jessica, to the councilman's office. I know they will promise us they will be responsive. So thank you in advance. Go ahead, Richard Adams. Richard, *6. Richard Adams.
That was me.
Hello? Okay, I guess we will, let's try this. Richard Adams, you're unmuted. Let's see. Hello? Okay, go ahead, it's Vicky. Sorry.
Yeah, hi. Well, I mean, I understand what you said, Councilman, but you left out someone who have a propensity to cause violence because they're mentally ill, or maybe they're addicted. You're talking about these 2 different things about violence and homeless, but yet you've omitted, what about those that are just on the streets and they're mentally ill and they have a propensity to maybe lash out? Maybe it's not in their control, and or maybe they're under addictions and you're speaking to the addiction, you're not speaking to the person. What is the city of LA? When we started on this journey, Councilman, we were promised 4 years ago that if we did approve Triple H funding, and bridge housing and whatnot, that would give us a linchpin to then comply with state rules that would allow us to then enforce people from not being on the streets. That was the premise that we were promised, okay? And now that all the money's been spent, and in my visual opinion, it's never been worse as far as the homeless situation on our streets. Now we're starting to see people lashing out. Not criminals, but people who are mentally ill and people that have under addictions. So it's almost unfair to call them criminals. I don't. But I call them people that are in need. And I'd like to know what you personally and our city council and mayor are going to do about these specific people who will not seek help themselves. Wait a minute. They need to be given help, and they need to be forced to accept help, because we need to eradicate the bottom line as to what's causing them to be this way. Thank you.
No, I don't disagree with that, Alex. In fact, I think that was the point of my conversation with Randy earlier, is I actually agree very much that people who are suffering from a mental illness that causes them not to be able to seek the very help that they need to become productive, we do need to find better legal solutions to dealing with that exact situation. And honestly, the city is the last place that should be delivering any of those services. You know, that's just not within the city's resources, or we don't get any funding to provide mental health care for anybody. The county does. You know, that's a purely county function. But that being said, we still do it. Our firefighters are out there. You know, our cops are out there trying to provide intervention for people who are in mental health crises. And that's ridiculous. They should not be. We even have now, we've initiated programs through the fire department where we have sobering facilities, for example, in some especially high call areas, where instead of transporting to a hospital where, you know, or having to continue to repeat calls out to the same person and not transport, they take a person to a sobering facility so that hopefully, you know, they can get on the road to recovery. The lack of mental health facilities in the San Fernando Valley is outrageous, and it is criminal that you know, that we do not have more places. So our cops are left with, you know, very little to do when they have somebody who is not a 5150, and you know, they're encountering this. They're not social workers. They're not mental health professionals. They're not supposed to be the ones that are going and giving mental health interventions. County mental health professionals are the ones.
Right. But that's why I'm saying, Councilman, you guys can have a cooperative where you guys can figure this out, because you know what? We don't do that for a living. You do. So maybe you can get in, you know, on board as far as getting,
I'm on board.
You know, a cooperation going, because it's out of control. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have to continue forward. Are you able to unmute yourself, Richard Adams? It's *6. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, Richard.
Okay. Mr. Councilman, I will be slightly different than all the other conversations you had this evening. You remember that years ago when the taco stand at the corner of Whitsett and Tahunga went sideways and everybody was, oh my God, I apologize to you in person because I got the story wrong. You have always, we do not agree on many things politically, but you've always been a straight shooter. And I have assurances from people that I know and trust that you are a straight shooter, even though we do not agree. Given that in mind, I have a very simple request for you. Mr. Jeffrey Uzzetta, who was a tireless advocate for everyone in your district, for the 10 years plus he served with the city, I would respectfully and politely request, and I will helpfully, be happy to help your office write up one of those really nice city proclamations with the calligraphy and the whole 9 yards to give to the young man for his awesome and outstanding and above and beyond the call of duty work for every stakeholder in your district, not just Studio City. And you know where to get a hold of me, and your staff know where to get a hold of me offline. So politely, professionally, respectfully, can we do this? Thank you.
That is very nice, Richard. Thank you very much. Jeff, as you may know, has gone on to work in the private sector, but I appreciate your kind words. And Randy, you mentioned earlier, you know, people who have additional questions, contacting Jessica. I'm happy to do that. We are working virtually. We're distanced, but we haven't stopped working. And my staff is, you know, really now more than ever, probably putting in even more than they would normally be asked to do, because there's no end to the workday, and there's no end to people's needs. So we're available to help, and we're available to respond to any other questions you might have. But thank you, Richard. I appreciate you saying that very much.
I think that's a great place.
I get where you're coming from, sir, but having served 20 plus years in the Army, the man deserves an attaboy. That's all I have to say on this matter. Thank you.
So that's a great place to stop on a positive note. Again, stakeholders have continued questions. Actually, Councilman, perhaps we can have you back for just a dedicated town hall for you, because there's never, I'm sure as you know better than I, there's never an end to questions and comments. And so perhaps for our stakeholders, if we can find time on the calendar, I'll follow up with Jessica. Thank you for committing to stakeholder regarding LPS and sending an email about it, because I think that'll be great. And with that, I wish you a good night. And again, I appreciate your time with us this evening.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your having me. I very much appreciate your service. For those who are celebrating this weekend, Shana Tova, thank you very much for having me. Have a good evening. Stay safe.
Great. Thank you. Again, for stakeholders and board members that didn't get to ask a question, I apologize. Please feel free to reach out to Jessica Fugate with the city, as I'm sure she will get your questions to the councilman. Moving to the next agenda item, we do have, let's see if anyone's still with us. Are you seeing anyone, Michael, from our government reps? If not, we'll just lead off with, actually, while we're looking, we'll lead off with Brandon Pender, who's next anyway, who's our advocate representative. Oh, where did he go?
He is, let me.
There he is, I see him. Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, how you doing? This is Brandon Pender, your neighborhood council budget advocate rep. Budget advocate, excuse me. I'd like to thank the board for allowing me to speak today. Also for their continued support excuse me, of our efforts to try to address the city budget. My report's going to be really brief, because I have been out for a couple of weeks on lockdown because of health reasons. But we the last time that we had met as a group with the budget advocates, we had appointed some people to some committees. This year, we're not going to be doing a large white paper as we have been doing since I've been involved with the organization. We're going to be doing small white papers and distributing them throughout the year. And as you know, this year we have a special kind of a trying or special type of a more difficult type of reporting everything, because we're going to have to get in contact with a lot of the department heads in the city and find out basically how the COVID-19 epidemic has affected their departments. I can imagine there's been a lot of layoffs. There's probably, as the previous speaker had mentioned, there are people that probably or might be forced into early retirement. There's going to be a lot of deficits and everything. So we're going to try to straighten that out, but we're also going to address what could we have done earlier to maybe manage this a little bit better. Nobody is a sports retailer, as you know, so nobody knew this would come. So that, in doing so, we're going to be addressing a lot of the emergency management department, the police department as well. We have a committee that's going to address the people's budget. Last term, we were reluctant to get involved with that. Because there was a division between people who wanted it and people who didn't feel that it was appropriate to do so because of what we had read the people's budget. Now we've established a committee to particularly address that. So there's a lot of people who actually really signed up for that for various reasons. And we're also going to be addressing the partial defunding of the police department, a shortfall of over $150 million, and really try to determine whether this is a good thing for the city or not. And as you know, that money is really has been the mayor said that money is going to be diverted to other areas of the city that they feel should be appropriate to do so. But if you have less money to give to the police department, as you know, that's going to be less officers in the street, and there's going to be an effect to it. So we're going to try to open the window on all that to let everybody know this is the effect, and if there is any type of benefit, if it's there, we're gonna put it out there. If it isn't, it isn't. Also, we've also started out our tour of our term, excuse me, with about 3 or 4 grievances that started during the election, as some of the things that happened during the election. So I know that they're either getting ready or they've already convened one of the grievance panels. But there's about, I think 3 altogether. One has been combined into another, so originally it was 4, but now it's 3. So we have to address that. Let me see what else. That's pretty much right for right now. Our next meeting is going to be in the first Monday of October, and at that particular time, we'll going to see how far everybody has gotten on some of the committees, some of the papers, a preliminary look at some of the papers and what they look like, and we're going to go out and do a lot of outreach this time. It's really easy to do that with the neighborhood council, so it shouldn't be really an excuse for anybody not, any of the budget applicants not communicating, in person with the virtual meetings we have to do exactly what I'm doing right now. And if it's been impossible to do so, we also have the budget reps that are at different neighborhood councils to communicate with, to be our spokesman if that's needed. And at this point, I go back the mic, and if you have any questions.
Thanks. Sure, we're going to open up public comment on the agenda items for this agenda item 7 regarding the neighborhood council budget advocate. I see I see a number of hands raised, so we'll just start here. Barry, did you have something you wanted to say?
I didn't have anything for this.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so we will do that. Phone number ending in 713. Do you have something you wanted to say? Phone number ending in 713.
*6 to unmute. There you go.
Hello? Okay, I think we're gonna move on. If you have something, just on dial *9 to raise your hand again. Terry Austin, public comment.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have Adriana de la Cruz.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, board, for I'll just take less than 60 seconds here. I'm Adriana Dela Cruz. I'm the outreach chair for the Congress of Neighborhoods. The budget advocates actually have a particular topic that they're going to be presenting on September 26th at 9 a.m. I believe you may have gotten correspondence from me a few days ago about this, and I hope that you can participate. The session starts at 9. It goes until 11:30. It's followed by networking sessions. One of the networking sessions itself has to do with the real budget. So if you're interested in that, there's outreach for the elections for 2021 for the neighborhood council system. Holly Wolcott is speaking. The mayor is giving some time for us that day. Raquel Beltran as well, in addition to other guest speakers. And please, if you have a moment, go to nccongressla.org and check out the social media sites that I included in the body of the email. Thank you. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Of course, thank you very much. Public comment by Eric Previn. Go ahead.
Greetings. Thank you, Mr. Pender, for that nice report from the budget advocates. And I wanted to ask if there's a budgetary study or if the budget advocates could have a look at what the city council has been up to recently, which is they've done a reduction by about half of their committee meetings so that there's a whole fusillade of meetings that have been just canceled. And then they bulk up a few, have those meetings, and then they've eliminated Friday's city council meeting. Ordinarily, there are 3 city council meetings a week. They've dropped one. So that's another third of meeting time reduction. And the council member, or the council president rather, is limiting comments for the entire meeting to 30 minutes like today. So the question is there a budgetary cost to hearing from the public of Los Angeles who during this pandemic, you know, are really facing some hardship? So have some grievances and have, you know, the time to spend to think and talk about their community, and yet it's being reduced all over the place. So maybe do a study and a little white paper on that and see if the Times or one of the local publications will support the data, which is that they're just cutting meetings like crazy. But thank you, Brandon, for the great report.
Do you want me to answer that, or?
Yeah, if you'd like, I'll leave it up to you.
Well, I mean, there isn't, I mean, as of right now, there isn't any type of a study that's being done about that. I'm aware that they're not going to be as accessible as normal. I don't think there's a budgetary situation on that or something to do with the budget, because now it's even much easier because it's all virtual. I mean, it's not like they're holding these meetings now where people can come in. So that I don't understand why they would do something like that. I mean, I will look into this, but as far as the budget advocates are concerned right now, we're not addressing that. But that is a very good question. If especially since it's very easy just to put up a Zoom meeting, it's not a big deal at all, and it doesn't really cost anything really compared to if we had physical meetings like we normally would have at City Hall. So their public safety meetings are not as often now as it used to be. The budget committee meetings that they normally have, which your previous guest speaker is the chair of, they're still going on, but they're not. I don't believe they're going on as often either. So yeah, that's something that's a very good question. I'll look into that.
Okay, and final public comment by Black Puppet. Go ahead.
It's right. Paul Martin Kakarian, suspended bar attorney and unnamed indicted co-conspirator of the future. Now, my question is, the city owns 3 real nice plum properties: the airport, the Port of Los Angeles, and the DWP. We don't have to own all that. Why don't we just sell it to China, get the money, pay off the pensions, and then reduce our tax rate? How about that, Mr. Budget? Let's sell all that shit and get all the money, and we never have to worry about money again. Real simple. And that's what we do from the ghetto. Black Puppet Fool coming up with solutions, y'all.
Yeah,
Brandon,
thank you.
any comments to that?
You know, the city does own a lot of property. The ones that he just mentioned are currently, you know, functional. Really, we should really ask about the properties that the city owns that they're not really doing anything with, even before the pandemic. You know, so, and that was something that was discussed as a means of having some place for the homeless to live. But you know, that question really is I wouldn't say above my pay grade. We've not thought about something like that. But it's kind of really simply, I think, ludicrous to think about selling the Port of Los Angeles and, you know, the airport and these other areas. I mean, it's controlled by the city, and that's just something that's not even a consideration.
Okay, we have Alexandria Nassif. You have a question for the budget advocate?
Hi, yes, I do. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I have a question in particular about our neighbors who are homeless, and how can we, Councilmember Krikorian is no longer here, but really how can we bridge the need to house our neighbors that are homeless with the need of owners and landlords of apartment buildings that are empty and now going to, be even increasingly more empty and in need of tenants due to COVID. How can we bridge that financially? I know Councilmember Krikorian was concerned about our budget, but maybe if we could partner with, for instance, Hope of the Valley and other nonprofits who already work to house our neighbors that are homeless, how could we do that? That's my question. Thank you.
Well, you know, the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates, actually, we do have a homeless committee there too. We had a request from one of the stakeholders. I don't believe he was a budget rep, that we start a committee. And so we did start a committee of people that were concerned about the homeless and where we can get money and how we can get resources. A lot of that also has to do, we're going to having to cross over to probably try to get people in our some of the committee meetings that have to do with the county, because a lot of this has to do with mental illness, and we're going to be crossing over or dealing with situations where the county is involved too. Now, there's also with this committee, they're also talking about a private and public partnership together, because you really can't do anything like that effectively without having people that own property that maybe is not being utilized right now. And you can work together with the city and form a partnership with private property owners and the city. And it's also a very good tax write-off situation as well. So that's being done though, because we do have a committee for that specific purpose to do a white paper on the homeless situation.
Well, Brandon, thank you so much for your report and for taking the questions, and hope you continue to be on the mend, feel better, and we look forward to hearing from you next month. So thank you so much.
I want to thank you again for your support. I thank Lana Shackelford for helping me and as your budget rep, and I hope we can get a lot of good things done this year.
Great, thanks so much. Okay, moving right along to agenda item number 8. Lana, if there was anything for budget you wanted to report about, talk about.
Hi, team. Hi, team. What a great night. As far as the budget goes, I would like to give a big shout out to Rick Rosner for bird dogging this financial package that is required by the city before we will have our funds in our possession to do as necessary. and what will be on our calendar for the coming year. Rick may like to share some nice news about our rollover funds. I don't want to take that away from him. And he may also want to speak to a little bit to some of the complexities of what we've faced. Mainly, this financial package also required us to have an inventory taken. And since we've not been allowed to be on the lot for several months, that proved to be a little bit of a challenge. Rick, would you like to make a few quick comments to any of this?
Okay. Yep. All right. So I slapped a budget together because it's not binding. But if we want to have a further, we need to get the budget turned in and the inventory turned in before we get our funds unfrozen, except for $333 a month, which we can continue to spend. The inventory, I talked to a few people, and we're pretty much leaving it as it was, since it hasn't changed in 6 months at least, since we've been prohibited from the lot. And you know what everybody decides to do, you, the budget committee, anybody else, Nancy, who have concerns about doing things properly, we got to get it turned in. But if we want to take a little more time on it, I support that.
Well, thank you, Rick, so much.
Also, and if we want to get the money sooner, we can have budget meeting, discuss it, and then do a quick emergency meeting to pass.
Right. Well, I had talked with Randy some time ago regarding this and the deadline that was required by Dunn, which was actually in August, to be able to have our funds even that early. Yet we had these challenges that we met with, and some of our BACs had occupied our time because they had been returned. So it kind of put us behind in getting this financial package sorted and ready to be delivered to our contact there at Dunn. So I am of the understanding that any financial officer could bring a motion about this budget and the financial package to the board for us to vote on. It is not something that is mandatory that the budget committee pass, mainly because it is a category of assignment of funds, if you will. Dunn allows you to put your funds across 3 primary categories, being operations, outreach, which is not solely for outreach committee, but any of the work that we do as the neighborhood council that encompasses any of our events or anything. And then any election monies that would be designated to that activity for our campaigns to help the community know about the neighborhood council elections. Those are the areas, the 3 areas. And with that, it is quite allowed to go ahead and to make that an overall, if you will, summary of funds in each of those 3 categories for the board to then approve and pass, and we submit with the financial package. And as Rick mentioned, the phrase he used is not binding. What he's saying is that these funds, even though they're reflective in those 3 categories, it may be, especially this year, that we might not have all of those funds that are going to be spent in operations. We're not having the expense for some of the food that we have for our in-person meetings. So some of these things are going to be a little bit different this year. And I would like to propose that if the board is comfortable in having a special meeting to just look over what that assignment would be over those categories, so we could get our monies released from Dunn, I would say that would be the quickest thing to do, actually. However, if you'd prefer that the budget committee have a formal meeting and go over this, that's fine with me as well. I had hoped that we would have been able to take care of this in August, but the challenges proved us to be a little bit later date than that. So thank you.
Great, thank you. We have public comment on this. Let me pull up the timer. Public comment by 2 minutes. Eric Previn, go ahead.
Unmute.
Okay, sorry, I won't need a full 2 minutes. Thanks for that great report, but I didn't see a link, Lana. I know that usually there's a link to the budget or to the financial stuff. Did I miss anything? Or there isn't a link?
You did not. The Budget Committee did not meet this month, and so we did not have any formal report. But we thought that it was important since the treasurer's report. Thank you. Since the treasurer's report was not on this agenda for now, we thought it was important to report on the progress that has been made and what we're doing.
Right. Maybe a document next time. No problem. I wanted to just make a quick comment, which was, it's essential that we get this money out the door. We absolutely have to. And I'm thinking, I'm brainstorming, how can we spend the money that we have in the community for the community in a way that is reflective of the neighborhood council? So everybody should be thinking about that, because it's terrible to think of it sitting there, even if it's rolling over for next year, because that's not serving the people. So whereas I don't necessarily favor pizza parties while we're not all together, you know, what can we do? Is there a way to have a community gathering that's safe or something? But this money has got to get out the door ASAP, and not in expensive printouts.
We're very aware of that. Thank you so much.
Not expensive printouts from Arnold's. That's, we don't want to do. Not very, very expensive documents with ink. No, not that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Can I give a comment relevant to that? We didn't
If
know.
you'd like, go right ahead.
All right, we didn't know what we were going to get hit with in the second half of our financial year. But we only spent $19,000 in change last year out of, I believe, 42 plus a $10,000 rollover. So yeah, we didn't move the money out.
That's the good news I was hoping Rick would mention, is our rollover funds. He does have a letter from Dunn confirming that amount. Isn't that correct, Rick?
We have at least 42,000, and I think we have an encumbrance of another 2,400, so around 44,400.
I believe actually that the encumbrance, because that was lower than the amount, the cap on the rollover is 10,000. Encumbrance was lower than that, so we actually just got the 10,000. It's not the encumbrance, as I understand it, it's not the encumbrance plus the rollover.
That is my understanding, that the 10,000 is what is our.
All right. Okay.
We have, 1 second, but I want to get through the public comment. So there is public comment by Black Puppet, go ahead.
Right on. Very good job by the Lana finding out about the stealing. That's right. Now, in this case, we ain't stealing enough. Now, if we continue with this way, the money we gonna get gets out of the valley down to my neighborhood south of the 10 freeway. We need to get that money back out of the hood into Studio City. So we need solutions for immediate expenditures. One good way is to order the food on the night of the meeting and just sit it out there in the curb in front of CBS Studio, and we just go pick it up. That way, the local merchant gets his money for the food, and then we drive up, and then we bag up our food, and then we sit in our cars and do our Zoom meeting. And then we wonder, how am I gonna pay my mortgage? How am I gonna pay my property taxes? But this is a good way to go. And finally, for Jesse Porter, you got too many plants in that room, man. That gotta be a lot of water. Conserve water by cactuses next time. You're gonna need it. So I say, let's go buy the food, arrange for everybody to go pick it up on the curb, the social distance, I'll be there. I'll be there, and I'll send a few homeless over there as well to go get that food, and then give it to Paul Krikorian too, because he looks a little skinny, a little pecked. You know, he needs to eat a little bit more. His wife Tamar has been eating real fine. He need to be eating real fine. Yes. So keep up the good work. Define criminality and accountability in the world of the Studio City Food. Thank you.
Okay, moving right along, we have, so thank you, Lana, for that report. I think just for letting that, I think we are going to schedule a special meeting. Yeah, please, Michael, if there's a board member. I just didn't do it for like tomorrow, for example, which is one idea because I didn't want to ambush the board and schedule a special meeting. Also, I want to make sure all the paperwork is in line before I ask all of you to contribute what would hopefully not be more than 30 minutes of your time.
Yes,
So we can
thank
get
you.
this finally done and approved as it should be.
Thank you much.
Comments, DeLazar?
Yeah, I concur with Eric, and we have to get this done. It has to get done as quickly as possible. But if there's any need on the lot to go check something or check the supply of something, let me know. I can get on the lot at this point, so I can get in there and check on stuff if it needs to be done.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you very much.
Richard Niederberg, your hand is up.
Yes, as I had communicated with you earlier today, I would like to make a motion saying that the documents are already completed and already sent out to the board, including the inventory, be forwarded to city clerk's office, are done, so we can at least get started. We've already received all of them. These are not new ones, they're based from last year. I would like to forward them so we can just go to the next step.
So I understand that, and the reason that we're not doing that is because I think that out of transparency, stakeholders need to be able to review all of the documents and should see them. It doesn't necessarily change anything for what we have to do to vote to motion, second, and vote. But without those attachments and having everything in a neat bow, I don't think we should be moving forward, again, because the public has a right to see this stuff. And as Eric aptly pointed out, just even about budget, as Lana was talking, he said, hey, listen, I don't see a link. So the public has to see it. So that would be my response to wanting to make that motion.
Well,
yeah, Rick.
Quick question. The budget doc has spaces for personal phone numbers and personal email addresses. When we post it for the public to see, I feel like, there are public email addresses that we can include, but I don't know, do we post the?
Well, in terms of that, we can I'll confirm with Gibson, but I think we can always redact our personal. For example, you're referring to the sections that, as it relates to like the card holders, and so that information, I believe. Okay. Is that what is that? Can we mute? Thank you. Richard, I don't think you have something to say, just unmute yourself. We can redact personal contact information. So, okay, moving right along to, unless someone had anything else, quite I see hands up. Yes, Richard Adams.
I don't think that's Richard.
Yeah, 008 is Richard. Go ahead, Richard. Richard? Okay, I see there's a public comment from Barry Johnson. go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
I was just going to mention that everything is in the office as it was 6 months ago, and CBS has even shampooed the carpet, despite that we owed them money.
Great. Thank you, Barry. Okay, so with that, are there any other board member comments? Again, we'll try.
One more quick question for Barry, which is, you said we owe them for the shampooing? Because I have to talk to them about the phone bill tomorrow too.
Barry?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Now we can.
Just that CBS said we owed them money. So, you know,
Yeah, okay.
The last time I was there, last week, well, I've been there maybe 4 times, and our computer connection had been disconnected. And now I guess since we paid them some money, they've reconnected it. So we owed them money. We had back money owed that now I guess we're in better standing with them.
Moving right. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Lana. Moving right along. Oh, yes.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Can anybody hear me?
Now we can hear you. Go ahead, Richard.
Okay. Well, pardon my French. I'm not even sure where I was coming from. Obviously, this is frustrating and inefficient and a horrible way to do meetings. As for the budget, our sound system has been down there in the closet in NPR3 for several years now, completely unsecured. Parts been walking off, and nobody's done anything about it. And as a taxpayer, I find that abhorrent. As for the rest of us,
hey, Richard, what are you talking about? How are things walking off? If no one can be on the lot, like, what are you talking about?
Okay, in the good old days, back when adults ran the SCNC, the microphones, the speakers, the stands, the cables, everything would come down from the office, be assembled, the meeting would be held, and they would go back to the office. Then, when the previous regime took over, they were left there in the closet in NPR3, unsecured, unlabeled, whatever, and pieces kept coming up missing.
Okay, I thought that those microphones were always set up by CBS. I didn't realize that they
No, that
under our
Lana,
ownership. Did that change?
Lana, that was back in the John Walker days. When John Walker and Company disappeared out of the thing, the SCNC voted to buy their own sound system, mixing board, mics, everything. And it was no longer set up and torn down by SCNC, by CBS. It was set up and torn down by people, the SCNC. And, oh, gee, that's a lot of work, and nobody was ever there to do it. So instead of the system and all the city purchased items being protected and cared for, they were just left down there because it's, oh my God, a lot of work.
So it was left
over
in
the
the
last
room,
couple of years,
Richard? It was left in the room?
no,
or it was put in the storage?
it's in the closet there on NPR3. If you stand there and look at where the board always sits, it's in the closet to the left.
And you think that it's not there anymore?
So no, but
well,
no,
there are bits there, but there are missing pieces.
Richard, 1 second. Well, we haven't been there for 6 months, so I believe the last time we connected and had a live viewing, ask Brian if you or Mike DeLazar help set up, or just support, or if something was missing. But I believe we had all the pieces for that we needed for the meeting. But your point is taken. I don't think there's any need for us to discuss this further. If it's unlocked, if there's no lock on it, etc., that's easily verified with a call to CVS tomorrow. So thank you so much for bringing that up to our attention.
Yes, Mr. President, and if you'll excuse me, I've got a busy day tomorrow. I will excuse myself for the rest of the meeting, with your permission.
Yes, of course. Please have a good evening.
Thank you.
Moving right along, bylaws, Nancy Kramer.
We are muted. The bylaws met. We didn't have any motions come out of the meeting. So if you would like to read our meeting minutes, you can see what we discussed. They're posted. Oh,
Great, perfect. So before we go to your motion, then, are there any public comments for the bylaws committee? And given the time at 9:30, we're going to move public comment to 1 minute per agenda item. Barry Johnson, go ahead. You have to unmute yourself.
Yes, I was the last item. I was just going to say, after our last meeting, that room was locked, and that NPR meeting room has not been used for like 5.5 months. They have just maybe started using it since Labor Day, but I would be really certain that that door is still locked. I mean, I could go and look. Now, whether or not something was taken from it before the lockdown in March, that's possible. But I think it's been wholly secured for this 5.5 months or so, and still is, I believe.
Great, thank you, Barry. Eric Previn, go ahead.
Yeah, I was interested in the motion that standing committee chairs are going to, supposed to use SCNC email addresses for all business of the SCNC. I'm not sure why that's being added to the bylaws, and I think it's not a good area. I don't understand, because it makes it so that a standing committee chair could be controlled by the president. And I want to just reference in bylaws, because I know bylaws committee deals with the clauses that apparently, and people believe is a real thing, authorize the president to unilaterally choose. We heard from a public speaker today about how—
Can you keep your comments germane to the motion, please?
About bylaws. No, I'm speaking about bylaws and her little report. She didn't even read her motion yet. Talking about bylaws for 2 minutes. Nancy gave a nice report. Nancy came in the door through my watch when I was running the bylaws committee and the budget committee, and doing good work getting toward trying to get the presidential power limited. We couldn't do it. We took it all the way to the mayor. But even talking to Raquel Beltran recently, she said, and I quote, that the neighborhood councils modify their bylaws, and that they do it, they have unilateral authority for the president to do stuff without at least some kind of clearance from a minimum executive committee. She said it's a serious point of concern for her, because it hasn't always worked out well in the system. And she went on to say other very upsetting things about that weird and rare John Walker idea that causes people who are welcomed in the community, in fact, treasured in the community, to be taken out by a 2-bit player. And, you know, somebody who is pretending that he's got someone who's eager to do the job. She's being awakened from her rest in Santa Barbara to come sit here and not even show up for several months during an election time, when we know that I have a history of putting forums on that bring measures to the public to talk about them. It's terrible. It's very bad. So the presidential power should be removed to the board. You should all be able to decide. And I'm sure you'd all decide, get rid of this guy. But you have to have it like that. Because
Thank you for your comments. Thank you very much. Black Puppet. Go ahead.
Yes.
So we're talking about the Louis Shaft giving the shaft these motherfucking bylaws, giving too much presidential power to a dictator. That's right. And we got the documentation of the sleaziness involved in this filthy, filthy international scandal. And I ain't happy about it at all. Because maybe EP is a big pain in the ass, but the EP been watching the DCP and the FBI, foe. So I think the presidential power currently sucks. And as Abra Sussman said, fuck the presidential power.
Please watch your profanity, sir. You can say a lot of things, but please do not use profanity.
Lana, do not interrupt him. It's his public comment.
Interrupting my black ass. I and my ancestors were in chains with you white motherfuckers so I could say my First Amendment. Like Horace Sussman has a right to speak her First Amendment. You trying to drum her out too, like you did with Mr. Richard and you did with Mr. Previn. So there's been a second going on here, and the second needs to be put back on the shelf. Restore Mr. Previn. Restore Richard Adams, and apologize for the pressure that you've been putting Ms. Sussman under. That's what bylaws are for. The bylaws are not to make dictators. The bylaws are to control the dictators. That's right, because we got a Ceausescu in a beard running our place. John Walker never did that. No, John Walker used to wake up to me and he'd say, "You open your mouth, fool. I'm calling security." What a polite gentleman. A Nazi, true, but a polite Nazi is a better one than an aggravated Nazi. That's what I always say.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Your motion, Nancy. Let me just make sure there's up. I see more hands. Hold on. Phone number, hand raised. I see phone number ending in 713. Phone number ending in 713. You have your hand raised. If you'd like to speak, please unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, yes. This is the unhoused resident of Studio City. Regarding the bylaws, I would like to again speak in support of Ms. Sussman. I attended the homelessness committee meeting last week, and I listened to the whole thing, and she's one of the only people that says things that actually represent homeless people. And I'm not trying to speak for all homeless people when I say that. I'm trying to speak to, like, I don't know if the other people on the committee talk to homeless people, but, you know, there's certain issues like the special enforcement zones that really affect our lives and do not give us stability and do not give us housing. And those issues shouldn't even be necessary if your shelter that you build is good and people want to enter it. You shouldn't have to force them. It's not a choice if you have to force people. I would like to speak in support of Ms. Sussman. I like what she says and what what Ms. Roman said about the special enforcement cleaning zones. And I would like to hear more unhoused voices on the homelessness committee, or else it should maybe change its name. Because if you can just change its president, you know, maybe you should just change the name of it and not have it be the homelessness committee anymore. Thank you.
Okay, Nancy.
Okay, point of order is that without reading the motion, there's no germane because we don't have a motion on the table, but I will go.
Fair, thank you.
And just to address, we cannot change the bylaws during this period because of the elections. So bylaws, there is no motion to the bylaws because we're not allowed to by done. Okay, So this motion is for the operating procedures. And the motion is insert in Article 1, Section 1, insert C. Each board member shall use a SCNC email address for all business of the SCNC. And Article 3, Section 1, insert D. Standing committee chair shall use SCNC email addresses for all business of the SCNC. The purpose of this, it is not mandatory, it is not a law, it is not a requirement by anyone, anywhere. It is to make it easier when there is requests for Freedom of Information Act requests of emails. And what is suggested protocol behavior, I think it's from the city attorney, I'm not sure exactly who, is that you have a special email address for the business. Whether or not it's your own Gmail account that's just for SCNC, that's what's suggested behavior. So I wanted to just be clear about where it is and what it stands at. And this is a motion that came back to us from last month when it was postponed till this meeting.
Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, so the one concern I have with this is, like, I would love for everyone to be on SCNC emails, and this actually comes from Richard Adams, is that it's not so much the email address, it's the format of which you are being forced to use. Because you're forced to use Google because we have it set up through Google. If there was an alternative path to access your official email address through another system, I feel like that would be good. But right now, it's all tied up in this one system that some people may not be comfortable using.
Couldn't you set up your Gmail to forward, for example, if you are more comfortable utilizing Yahoo or any other, or Hotmail or AOL? Couldn't you simply set it up within Gmail to forward? I believe you just forward to an email account that you wish to use. No?
I wouldn't know. All I know is that this reads, everyone must use a special SCNC email address. So it just doesn't address it at all. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, thanks. Lana, go ahead.
Yes, I would like to support what Brian is sharing, I guess, from Richard, that there are some kind of quirky things when, even when you forward your email, because I have done that before. I've had it forwarded to another system that I've used and was much more confident in using. And yet when you reply, it's not always replying through that email, where it's been forwarded. So I think that there could be some discussion about, does it have to just be Google? Can it be named SCNC? Does it have to be Google? And that's way out of the technical range that I understand. So I just wanted to comment. Thanks. I don't know if it makes sense.
Michael DeLazar, I saw you motioning.
Yeah, the only thing I say is, if it's not binding, is that my understanding? You're saying, Nancy, you're saying it's not binding?
I'm saying it's not required. Some things are required.
Not required.
It's not in the Brown Act. It's not, because what happens is that if
I get the argument for it. All I'm saying is, if it's not required, then the language reads shall, and should it read should, as opposed to
may. Mm-hmm. Sure.
Is that a friendly amendment, anybody?
Yeah, is that an amendment, Michael?
Yeah.
It kind of takes the teeth out of it.
But it still has the intention. The intention there is that I think the heart of it is that your email, whatever you use to do business on, is exposed to public record requests. And that's the point. That's the intention. So people understand that.
Yeah. And it does protect you, does it not, Nancy?
Yeah,
from,
it does.
If there's a public of freedom request, I got that all mixed up.
Yeah.
It's past my bedtime. I'm sorry. But if you, as a committee chair, did not have an official SCNC address, they could request all of your personal emails from the other email account.
That's correct.
Yes.
This is for the protection of the council member, of
It
everybody
is.
on the board. And
I would move to vote as amended.
Yes, it is.
Okay, let's vote.
So the motion as amended reads, instead of shall in both of those statements, it reads may in both of those statements. I'm not going to read it again.
Very good.
Okay, so all of those in favor of motion 9A. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alexa, 7, 8. Am I seeing 9, 10, 11, 12, 13? So I'm seeing 13. Joseph, are you? Okay, so it looks unanimous. Is that what everyone else is saying? Okay, thank you very much. Nancy, moving to cultural affairs. If there's anything you wanted to say, Richard Shipper, I didn't have a. Oh no, I won't say anything. Richard, go ahead. Richard Niederberg.
Unmute.
Sorry, I was unmuting again.
Sure, no problem.
Okay. Right now, with the uncertainty of the regulations regarding COVID-19, Cultural Affairs Committee is not doing the outdoor events. However, we were offered an opportunity in cooperation with the library to do an event by the very well-respected historian Mark Wanamaker. It's on the 29th. I already sent out to everybody the information printed by the library that's got our Studio Cit Neighborhood Council on it also. I hope everybody can go to the event. It's at no cost at the library, and I believe it's good for us to continue to cooperate and present these materials. This in no way takes the place of the ones we're dealing with, the Native Americans, which is a much larger event and has more people involved, including a chief who's on our own council, plus Ms. Nazif is also helping too. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any public comment regarding cultural affairs? I see a hand up for Eric Previn. We're going to reduce again because it's 9:45 to 1 minute public comment. So 1 minute. Eric Previn, cultural affairs. Go ahead.
Thank you, and certainly thank you to Niederberg for that exciting report. And I just wanted to make one comment about the email, because you didn't really disclose that this was an attempt to not disclose email transmissions on personal email. It is not okay, Alexa, and you'll know, to use your personal email for Studio City business. All of those emails, whether personal or official, are disclosable to a CPRA request. And you'll note, I don't make many CPRA requests, but I did make one recently, and Randy and Lois and Barry Johnson were identified behaving with Lisa Sark in a certain way, and that's all totally legitimate. And they were doing it out of view while not putting on the agenda that they were going to defrock or remove a recognized critic. So that's the facts. And good luck, Randy. You're doing a great job, by the way. Keep up the good work.
You have 90 seconds. Are you done? Okay, great. Moving right along, I see a public comment from Black.
Right. So again, the Cultural Committee, the most useless committee currently on the entire board. It does nothing to solve homelessness, Pooh. It does nothing to pick up homeless garbage. It does nothing to stop the corruption over at the hotel down the street. Our beautiful, beautiful hotel destroyed by Lisa Karjaki and Paul Martin Krikorian, developers and other assorted criminals. It should have been culturally protected as a landmark. our wonderful Sportsman's Lodge and its beautiful trees. Destroyed by Richard Niederberg, he failed to protect it. You broke our hearts, you crazy foe. You need to resign. I'm so depressed. Every time I go by Sportsman's Lodge, I see ghetto instead of forest. And it will be that way forever. Richard Niederberg could have spoke to the Cultural Heritage Commission and saved it, but he was too busy at home eating Cheetos.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Okay, so we have. Thank you, Richard. Does any board members have a comment for Richard? Seeing or no hands nor hearing anyone. Moving right along to government affairs. Barry Johnson, if you could please speak.
Hi, Lois, our new government affairs committee chair, has been sidelined with family issues having to do with COVID. And Randy asked me to get things going with it. So our first meeting is going to be the first Wednesday of October at 6. And we're gathering committee members now for that meeting. So watch for an agenda. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Barry. If there's any public comment for government affairs, again, it's 1 minute. Okay, here we go. We have Black Puppet for 1 minute. Go ahead.
Right. Man, Randy, he really fucked up this committee, I'll tell you. Lois don't want no part of your dumbass. She got way more money you'll ever have. She's up there right now dancing the tango up there in Santa Barbara on the beach, having a pina colada. What she want to deal with you low-class foes? You brought her in for one reason. You brought her in as a puppet. Another puppet, and you destroyed the committee. You destroyed years of work by Mr. Previn. Now, Johnson, boy, he's lost in the shadows. That's right. Listen to Lisa Karagian yelling and agreeing with this whole thing. She had to mute herself. Oh, it's terrible. Look at the people on your board. They're like, why did you do it? Why? Too, Brutus. Why did you stick the knife in Eric Previn's back, Fried? Why did you do it? A fellow Hebrew, I could understand if it was a black.
Thank you. Your time is expired. Public comment by Eric Previn. 1 minute. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn, the former Government Affairs Chair. And I have to say directly that I really feel sideswiped by Barry Johnson, because when you look, as I have now, into the details, every single, and he sat next to me as the Government Affairs Chair, Vice Chair, and he was a cooperative participant, and we did good work. There's no doubt. That's not in dispute, which is why it's a great mystery, because you weren't saying, like with Andrew Silver, this is for cause, get Mr. Previn out. He's a bad boy, like you tried to say today. In fact, what you were doing was a political hit, which was get the guy who criticizes Karjakian and Mr. Krikorian and the activities of Karo Tarosian right at the corner, right under our nose, as with all these little fake panels of helpers, like Lisa Karagian over at Studio City Rec Center, like Lisa Sarkman on the Boulevard Pacific. And I call it out and say, hey, this is going on. We should all know about it. And instead, what you did was you tried to do one for the team, but it was a failure. And it's not a good area.
Thank you. Your time is expired. Okay. Barry, was there anything else you wanted to say as it relates to government affairs?
That was all.
Great, thank you so much. I appreciate it, and of course, I'm sure the board would join me that we, just saying publicly, we hope that Lois and the family issues she's having around with COVID-19, that her family and everyone is back to good health and back to regular programming. Moving right along, we have, let's see, is he still here? Let's see. Steve Johnson, Homelessness Committee. Steve, still with us?
I'm still here.
Hi, good evening. Thanks. If you want to give your report.
Okay, I'm going to keep it brief in the interest of time. There was one issue I wanted to talk about with regard to exit strategy for Sportsman's Lodge. I've attended several meetings with them. I've been there. The long and short of it is exit strategy. It's a 6-week time frame that would occur in, and it's done incrementally. Percentage of people leave each week. Talking to Ben, the developer, his contract goes through December. So it could be renewed, but just to give people a peace of mind that of that area, that it is a 6 weeks, wind down. And I truly trust that, because looking at other facilities who've been phased out from the COVID Project Roomkey, no one is left in the area. So basically, all the people are housed. I trust that, and I'll be definitely working once we do phase down. It's important that we do get the people housed that are left. So that's all I want to say.
Great, thanks. Is there any public comment as it relates to the Homelessness Committee? Of course. Black Puppet for 1 minute, please. Go ahead when you're ready.
Right. Notice Uncle Tom that he avoids the horse in the room. Abra Sussman, he will not address the issue, will he? No, because he works for the government. That's what Abra said, and Abra right. And that's why we need her voice out there. Notice that. He can't even comment about it. He says, well, that's all I got to say. That's right. The modern day Clarence Thomas of Studio City. He does what you tell him to do. He's paid to do what he says to do. A government employee snitch. No goddamn good. Can't even stand up for his own sheriff's department, because they know that Compton is ran by a terrorist organization called the Executioners. Fool. Those are cops inside the department. How do you...
Thank you. Your time has expired. There is public comment by... Oh, 1 second. Eric Reving, go ahead.
It's funny because I've always felt that the public are the most powerful people in the room. It's so weird. Isn't that funny? Because it's like, why are we all hostage to individuals telling us about the history of our neighborhood? Like at Sportsman's Lodge, where a company, which was run by Richard Weintraub and had a relationship with another company, had a little fake fight and then pushed through the Sportsman's Landing and then pretended to cash out Weintraub, but he still sits there. Now, Lisa Karajan will remember, because she goes back to the beginning. And then Lisa Sarkin had a hard time notifying the community about what was going on, and it all wound up in court. And of course, it was an ugly story. But now we're going to get an Erewhon. So this is great, just what we need. Take down the cultural historic landmark and put up an Erewhon and a bicycle thing. And Ben Besley is your best friend. He is absolutely your best friend. He's going to look after everyone. He's not here to roll us for a quick. It's all about the people of Studio City, because this is what we need. All those bar mitzvahs and memories and things, that was all bullshit. And those trees had to come down, people. Face it.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Okay, moving right along, we have public comment for the Homelessness Committee. We have a hand raised, phone number ending in 713. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hi. Yes, this is your unhoused resident. I would like to speak to the concern of how you're going to house all of the people in the Sportsman's Lodge. I know that you said that you are confident that it will be done, but up until this point, I can only think that there was a few Project Room Keys with like a small amount of rooms that have closed at this point, and I thought that maybe some of them had actually emptied their guests into the Sportsman's Lodge, but I hope I'm wrong. How are you going to house all of those people and make sure that no one will be left outside the Erewhon on the sidewalk? Are they all going to go into like this bridge thing that Krikorian was speaking of, the bridge shelter and the Hope of the Valley site? Because I know that it was technically enough beds as far as the number goes, but if you consider that COVID has
Thank you. Do you want to speak to that? At least what was has been expressed. At least the plan, what the stated plan is in terms of leaving people behind or moving them into bridge housing or supportive care or rehab or whatever it may be.
So then, yeah, really quick, it's going to be, it's facilitated by like family housing, and the goal is permanent, but I can't speak to that. I wouldn't be the actual person placing, but I will be working with Chris Freed to do that. So that's, and then please talk to me on offline. Who's ever asked the question, I didn't get your name.
Great. Scott Mandel, please go ahead for 1 minute.
Hi, Steve. Question for you about the 6-week wind down that you mentioned. As I understand the contract, the option for renewals are in 1-month increments. So with a 6-week wind down, that means there literally is no 1 month or even 2-month extension terms if it takes 6 weeks to wind down the homeless people that are currently housed, so they don't wind up, as the previous person said, living at the Erewhon. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Okay. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. Worth noting, actually, that I said it earlier, but just a reminder that there is interest in, we have reached out to Chris Freed of LA Family Housing as well as Ben Besley, that we want to have a follow-up community meeting regarding Project Roomkey and an update of what's happening there. With that, we'll move to agenda item number
Randy, are we doing any board member comments on?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Sorry, Jesse. Yeah, I didn't see a hand. Please, go right ahead, please.
Great. Steve, hi. Given that it was the first meeting that you ran as the new chair, for those of us who weren't able to attend, I see you haven't brought any motions today for us, but was there anything else pertinent or substantive from the meeting that you would think to share with the whole board at this time?
Actually, well, there's 2 things. Number one, I just wanted to thank Michael and Nancy, because it was the first meeting that I had conducted, and I felt it important to keep it in the rhythm of the second Tuesday. So that's the first thing. The second thing was there was a little bit of, I don't know, dissension, if you will, about whether the meeting should proceed because of a lack of a quorum, despite the fact that I attended meetings, such as the safety meeting where there wasn't a quorum, and, it just becomes more of a discussion with the stakeholders. So that was my intention from the get-go, because I knew a lot of the people couldn't attend. But that being said, we worked it through. We were able to have what I found to be a great dialogue. And just to update everybody, I just feel that like we need to broaden the vision and just be more collaborative and as a committee, for my committee, that's all. That's my intention. That's all I have to say.
Any other board members have a question or comment? Okay, moving right along to land use. Hi, Lisa.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
1, 2, 3. So Lisa has 5 motions. Here we go.
I sure do. All right. Hope all is well with everyone. I just wanted to, right off the bat, let you know that I've been with this project since 2014. To have it come to this point right now is very exciting. Having said that, I want to give the board and the stakeholders who are present just kind of an idea, an overview of what a master conditional use permit is and what it looks like. So you're a developer, you have a large piece of property. You want to develop a very large project. So in doing that, you start planning. And in the planning stage, you basically are developing tenant space in your large development. At the time of filing your application, you don't know who your tenants will be. So what you do is when you're filing your application, you apply for a master conditional use permit. And you blanket the project by saying, this is how much square footage we have. The plan is to have so many restaurants, so many retail spaces, a grocery store, a liquor store, a car wash, whatever it may be. Because at the time you're developing tenant space. You don't know just yet. So you work with the square footage into your application, and you get that application in and entitled for a conditional use permit. So this is what brings us to motion A. Having said that, I want everyone to know that the EIR for this motion and the motions that are coming up after it has been certified for the project. The application has been verified. So the only thing that we are here for after motion A, which I will explain when we go into the master plan approval for the specific restaurants. So the master conditional use permit in motion A is going to cover what the entire project is encompassing of. The board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports the applicant's proposal as introduced on the official city paperwork for the master conditional use permit, ZA-20-20-4944-MCUP. The shops at Sportsman's Lodge, allowing up to 8 new restaurants consisting of up to 3 with a full line of alcoholic beverages and up to 5 with beer and wine, only for on-site consumption, totaling up to 16,191 square feet and 608 indoor seats, and up to 4,046 square feet of patio dining with up to 304 patio seats. The sale of a full line of alcoholic beverages for off-site consumption with instructional tasting and 6 seats within a new full-service 11,825 square feet of supermarket space, and the sale of beer and wine for off-site consumption at a 2,680 square feet retail space, all located on the first and second floors of a new retail restaurant hotel complex with hours of operation from 6 a.m. to 1 a.m. daily in the commercial 1.5 1VL-Rio zone. The address of 12833 and 12835 West Ventura Boulevard, 4218-4220-4230 North Coldwater Canyon Avenue, Studio City, California, 91604. So having read that motion, I know this states 3 with a full line of alcoholic beverages and 5 restaurants with beer and wine. That's not to say that they won't have less. So they might have total of 6 restaurants At the moment, they are in the master conditional use permit. They are allowed to have 8 because their application stated 8. We are only presenting 3 restaurants today, and a supermarket, the grocery store Erewhon. 1 restaurant that was on the land use agenda was tabled. It will come back next month in October, which I will bring to the board then. So the square footage, as it states in the MCUP, is actually less than what they had filed for in 2014. The square footage for some of the restaurants might be less, but whatever is stated in their master plan approval in motions B, C, and D will have to be as is. So, and I think I covered pretty much the master conditional use permit. So there it is. I hope I was
Great.
clear.
You were, thank you. So before we go to each motion, we will take public comment for land use. So let's, Brian Carroll's hand is up. So go ahead, Brian, please. Thank you.
Right. With the exception, excuse me, with the exception of the one that we'll be hearing in October, are these 5 motions really the only way that the Studio City Neighborhood Council has an opportunity to weigh in on the development of Sportsman's Lodge?
So the application, as I stated, has been certified and verified. Okay, so right now we're just presenting so that the applicants can have the chance to be able to move forward with their master plan approval. And that consists of basically specifying and defining their square footage, their alcohol permit, their seating inside and on the patio, and their alcohol permit. So that's what we're doing now. And once it has been submitted, there will be a zoning administrator's public hearing, which I will definitely make sure that all the stakeholders are aware of ahead of time so that people can prepare and let their voice be heard.
But is there a, like any other motion with the Sportsman's Lodge complex that will come up within this board, or this is really our only mechanism to weigh in on?
This is it to let you know what the applicant is intending for the specific spaces. So at the moment, they have Sugarfish, Hi-Ho, Pasta Uovo, Erewhon Restaurant, and next month will be Tokaya. Aside from that, there are no other applications. So should they bring in a new restaurant,
I'm sorry, I'm not talking about new restaurants. I'm just saying, like, you know, I've been a board member now for over 2 years, and I've yet to vote on a single thing about Sportsman's Lodge until now. So, is this it?
14, 15, 16. This is just like I said, the EIR has been verified and certified. That application was approved. So we are here only to discuss what the tenants are going to be in the spaces that are available.
Okay.
I think the answer, Brian, right, is that it all happened before our time.
It's already done. It's already done. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's already done, and this is our only opportunity to weigh in on this development as a voting board. That's what I'm asking. Right.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. Okay, so were there any other board comments before we go to public comment?
I have a question.
No hands. I will. Yes, go ahead.
Lisa, you mentioned Sugarfish. Are they just relocating, or are they opening a second?
No, they're opening a second. So the same owner owns Hi-Ho, Sugarfish, and Pasto Logo.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, so we will go to public comment. We have, first up, we have, oh, go ahead. I heard, was that Rick? Are you starting to say something, Rick?
No, I was just
No?
coughing,
Okay.
sorry.
Oh, no. Please, I hope you're, no, you got a cough. Okay, first up is, just hit the wrong button. Barry Johnson, go ahead. For 1 minute.
Hi, it's Barry.
Hi.
I'm hoping this development's going to have less impact on the surrounding neighborhood, which for years had to deal with loud banquet noise. But what concerns me on A and also E is that it's till 1 a.m. 7 days a week. Yet on B, C, and D, it's till midnight Sunday through Thursday until 1 a.m. on Friday and Saturday. I believe
So for the, let me just answer.
Wait, Lisa, can you let Barry finish?
Yeah, I was
and then
almost done.
address,
All I
please.
was going to say was I think A and E should also have the till midnight Sunday through Thursday until 1 on Friday and Saturday. That's all.
Okay, well, the master conditional use permit just encompasses, so Erewhon's going to be open at 6 a.m. and certain restaurants that are coming up for motion, certain nights are going to be open until 1. So for the master, 6 a.m. to 1 a.m.
So we have public comment. We have public comment from Eric Previn. 1 minute, go ahead.
Joy.
Yeah, I really, I'm looking forward to this project because it's been a very long haul. At the very beginning, while I was cutting my eye teeth as a young watchdog, I detected that they were giving away the firehouse to Richard Weintraub and one of his 5 LLCs that are incredibly confusing. REW 1000, Weintraub LL, just astonishing cryptic behavior. And of course, then it was the TOT taxes, which is so zeitgeisty at this moment because hotels were saying no to room key, even though they were getting huge TOT breaks. And now the darling, Richard Weintraub and these guys, they are accepting the money and are taking in the homeless. It's so beautiful. And I look forward to the beautiful kind of synergy of the upscale high-end retail environment, replacing our cultural historic landmark, and the Project Room Key accommodations that I think are important to reach out as a community and put people right next to Alcove. And if possible, closer to Alcove. I recommend a bridge right over to Alcove so that the low integrity crew.
Thank you, your time has expired.
Thank you, appreciate the support. And just to be clear, Richard Weintraub is not involved. He sold his portion.
Moving right along, we have a public comment by Terry Austin. You have 1 minute, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I think Brian Carroll's comment is very astute, that this is your only chance at this point to weigh in on this. The reason ABC licenses are so difficult to obtain is because they are very specific. I'll again point to Universal. When that project was being put up, we were told it was going to be all high end, it was going to be very fancy, and it's not. Putting Sugarfish or whatever restaurants have been proposed doesn't mean they're going to stay. If they're not a success and you have the precedent of allowing ABC licenses with large numbers, you're going to be stuck with a watering hole, which right now totals over 900 people allowed to be served. The Taucana restaurant that is not on your agenda tonight didn't know whether they wanted 164 seats in the restaurant or over 300. So you have to be very careful about what you vote on tonight because it is your only chance to weigh in on what this project becomes.
Thank you, Terry. Your time has expired. Moving right along, there is public, let's see. First of all, the hand shifts around, 1 second. We have public comment from Go Puppet for 1 minute.
Yes, of course. I had to substitute in my beautiful tree-lined lodge of the Sportsman's Lodge and Caribou Restaurant to go for Thanksgiving dinner has now been destroyed permanently. Thank you to you thieves. Thank you for buying the council member. Thank you for paying off the building inspectors. And thank you for donating to his office holder account. And all the liquor licenses, remember, Mr. Weezer over-dipped on those, and you know what happened to his stupid ass, don't you? 100 years in federal prison he's facing. He got a 1-year continuance. So before he goes to prison, maybe he can get a drink at your new shithole, the Sportsman's Shithole of Studio City. That's what we'll rename it. All you had to do was protect it, but you're just too damn greedy. You got your horns in the goddamn dip of public nuisance. That place is a shithole now.
We have public comment from phone number ending in 713. Go ahead.
Hi,
Hello?
yes, this is the
Yep.
unhoused resident. I had a few quick questions. I've been following this development, like Mr. Previn said, since the firehouse, where I know that there were a few unhoused people actually living in it that were displaced when it was taken down. I'm not actually asking about that. I'm just hoping that there won't be any more actual displacements happening. I was wondering if the Equinox Gym was still involved, and also if all the restaurants involved are they all participating in LA Al Fresco? Thank you.
Okay, well, the al fresco at this time could not apply because they are still in construction and not planning on launching, opening until hopefully April of 2021. And yes, Equinox is still on board.
And there's a public comment from Valerie Sachs. I believe she's just, let's see what she should say, involved with the project. Valerie?
Yeah, hi. Honestly, I couldn't figure out how this worked. It was a totally separate Zoom setup than before, so I just really wasn't sure whether there would be any opportunity to speak or you could even see that I was here. So I'm not sure.
So, Valerie, we know that you're there. Can you just stand by? If I have any questions, I'll go ahead and forward them to you. Just hang out.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. That's all I needed to know.
Sure.
Okay, so do we have any other board comments as it relates to?
I'd like to
Lana,
make
please go ahead. Oh, sure, go ahead, Lisa. And
I
then
just
Lana.
wanted to say, well, let Lana speak first. Go ahead. Go ahead, Lana.
Thanks, Lisa. Hey, so at our land use committee meeting, we had a very lively and vibrant discussion regarding this master use permit. And what we did realize out of this is it is not just the immediate request, but this master permit covers any other sort of turnover in the years to come. And in addition, the restaurants who did participate with the request for their, permits for existence there at the Sportsman's Lodge, if we're calling the shops at Sportsman's Lodge, they have specific hours due to their working conditions and how they want to run their business. And we were very happy to hear that they were open and eager to participate with some of the requirements that we've asked of them for these parameters for their businesses. And so it was a very productive meeting, and these motions are what you are receiving as a board because of those discussions and the input from the community.
What I'd like to say, thank you, Lana, is that I'd like to take an optimistic approach to this. This is a upscale development. As a business rep for the neighborhood council, I would like to take pride in the fact that people want to develop, spend the type of money that they are, and put up a development like this in our neighborhood. I'd like to be more positive and take pride in that. And I would like to support these businesses. I don't want to look down on Universal. People should frequent there. This is quite different than City Walk. This is a different kind of establishment. It's a higher end establishment. It's food focused restaurants for foodies. It's beautiful surroundings and valet parking, and people who aren't going to be just partying up a storm until 3 o'clock in the morning, walking around drunk on the sidewalks of Coldwater Canyon. That's not who this is for. Jesse, did you have something to say?
Well, there's not nothing too much that I can add to that. I mean, Lisa, for anyone who attended the land use committee meeting, will know that Lisa and I both discussed our familiarity with the restaurant group behind several of these properties, and I as well am familiar with Tokai Organica. And the point is well made that if a restaurant chooses to change their business model and they move out of a certain location, there's no saying exactly who will apply to be there next, but we as a board, as the land use committee and as the board, will have some say in whether or not we like the sound of what's coming in. And as far as what's being proposed now, for the most part, it sounds very reasonable. It's not, it's not supposed to be 3rd Street Promenade by any stretch of the imagination. The operating hours that are being discussed are well within the bounds of what's conventional and to be expected for a development of this scale and this type of neighborhood. So that's all I can add.
Thank you. Randy, do you want to move it to a vote?
Yeah, let's, we'll start, we'll take them one at a time. So let's move to vote. Wait, there's a C hands up, hold on. Richard Niederberg, go ahead.
Yeah, we really vetted this whole subject and every restaurant, one at a time. We had a lot of the applicants there. I think statistically, it's a good idea for us to pass this forward because we don't have the final say anyway. We're just advisory. But I think that what they have proposed is moderate enough to work for Studio City. Thank you.
I see 2 public comments. The hands have popped up that weren't up earlier, so just want to give them the opportunity to speak. Scott Mandel, 1 minute.
Hi there. I'm seeing the motion. There's the reference to the official city paperwork for the master conditional use permit. Yet this is sort of a paraphrase of some of that. So it's making reference to the conditional use permit, which contains a lot more information than just these few paragraphs. It goes into a lot more detail. Are you proposing to approve the master conditional use permit without having reference or attachment to it? And then one other thing, I've heard the word upscale mentioned quite a bit. What does that mean? Who is excluded from such an upscale establishment. Thank you.
So no one
Thank
is
you, Scott.
excluded. I'm just letting you know what the ambiance of that's being created. But no one is excluded. No one will be turned away. Just making the point that, and no disrespect to TGIF, but it's not a TGIF, it's a sugarfish. Just making the reference point there. And the, yes, this is the master conditional use permit with the application number ZA-20-4944-MCUP. So it is to outline the square footage, the hours of operation, seating indoors and patio, outdoors, and the restaurants that are going to be serving wine and beer or a full line liquor license. That is all that is in the master conditional use permit that I've stated here in the motion.
Okay, there was a public comment from, one sec. Louis?
Yes. Good evening, everybody. There is a concern that comes into play here. Anyone who has lived near Coldwater and Ventura is familiar with the traffic flow. Pre-pandemic, it was pretty nasty. And now if we allow several restaurants with full bars to be servicing hundreds of people a day and night and late at night, well, we all know people will be people and they're good in vibe and they're perhaps have one too many. And when we put so many into this section of trafficy area, things will happen. And I base it on a personal experience where years ago, a buddy of mine in college was killed in an alcohol-related traffic accident. And during the trial afterwards, the person guilty was traced back to a so-called upscale restaurant bar. Now, to me, lots of memories come back when I read this passage about restaurants and bars and hundreds of people being served. But can we take a moment to pause on the can of worms that might be unnecessarily opened here?
Thank you, and I'm sorry for your loss with your friend.
Thank you.
So, I just need to gather my thoughts for a second here. There are going to be restaurants in this development. There is going to be a supermarket. There is going to be an Equinox gym. So it is best for us to support and state with our recommendations of what we want instead of just letting it happen. It is going to happen. This is what's going in there. We are just letting you know of what is coming in.
So I just want to jump in for 1 second. I do see your hand up, Richard. First of all, the neighborhood council is advisory, but I don't want you to underplay, I don't think it's appropriate to underplay our role in this process. Respectfully, I would disagree with that. We do serve a purpose. And as well, I would actually draw a distinction, Lisa, that things are coming in, but it isn't, I don't believe that we things are going to come in, but we nevertheless have, the community has a right to voice its concerns. And if necessary, I think, say, hey, we think these liquor licenses are going too late. All of these businesses, the hours they've asked for, on the one hand, sure, are reasonable, but I think also people that live across from the river, for outside dining, sound concerns, that's a fair concern. And I think we should be mindful not to lecture stakeholders that, hey, this is going to be great and go forward. I think we have to I think, so that would be just my unsolicited friendly advice is we have to our job is to represent the interests of stakeholders and hopefully do the best we can address their concerns, which I know your committee has
And my job is to
taken the
represent
time to hear
both
from.
stakeholder and businesses as land
Well,
use.
businesses are stakeholders as well. But I just want us to be mindful to not lecture stakeholders. Richard Niederberg, then Lana Ford, and then Nancy Kremer, please.
I'm so,
Go ahead,
first of all, I'm sorry, but
Sure.
I'm sorry if you're interpreting my answers to the questions that are being asked as lecturing of stakeholders, which I'm not. I'm answering the questions. If you do not prefer the way that I answer them, that's a different story, but I'm not lecturing. I'm merely answering the questions.
Okay, well, I think that's good then to clarify to stakeholders. Richard, please go ahead.
Yeah, one of my biggest concerns was all the bus noise. I wish we could restrict in some way or condition things to say no more band buses, tour buses, or anything else, because that's causing a lot of noise across the river. More than the use of this thing to serve alcohol. I don't drink alcohol, so it doesn't make a difference to me, but I'm saying the big problem is that we're looking at is noise and traffic and things of that nature. And I think that they're going to mitigate it. I'm just hoping somewhere along the line there is a no tour bus policy. Thank you.
Great. Lana, please go ahead.
Hi, another thing that I would like to have our board be mindful about is the economic times that our community is facing specifically. When you drive up and down Ventura Boulevard, there are many businesses that have shuttered their doors, and it's a real concern because of that. Now we have, with the Sportsman's Lodge development, folks that are coming in and pledging their commitment to this community with their employees and with their business, and whatever the draw it might be, it's not going to be the imagination that you think right away of just throngs of people coming due to our economic situation. I, for one, am very happy that we have this lovely combination of people coming into this area with some sound business plans and obviously great track records in business. I believe that they will be supported. However, I do not feel that it's going to be just some football stadium filled with rabid fans consuming as much alcohol as they can possibly put in their system due to, California has a little bit more healthy thoughts about living and consuming. Our laws are very prevalent about drinking and driving. I just have so many thoughts on that and probably should just stop right now, but I just feel that it's not going to be the overwhelming huge attendance like a football stadium would gather in normal times. This is going to be sort of a slow start when it does open, because we're all going to be just coming back into our normal lives by then. Thank you.
And Nancy, before we bring it to a vote.
And I'm a resident at Moore Park in Coldwater Canyon, and I am brokenhearted because the Bistro Garden is closed permanently now. And the idea, and not as is talking about closing permanently, the idea that there's going to be a restaurant that's willing to come in that I can walk to, I am so thrilled. And I love Air One. I've driven out to Thousand Oaks to get to one. So I just wanted to say that.
Great, if we can bring this to a vote, please.
If I can just really briefly, super briefly.
Please, go ahead, please.
Our stakeholder, Lewis, who spoke a moment ago, the story was very compelling and your point was very well taken, Lewis. I think that any of us who live in Studio City are aware of the diversity of establishments serving alcohol that exist and what type of natures any and all of them may embody. You know, there are places near where I live, up Carpenter, just down on Ventura, where people get into their cars at 2 a.m. and leave, and it's a really troubling situation. You know, you can foresee problems down the road a bit. And I feel confidently about this particular suite of applications that I'm not going to be worried about that kind of issue to the extent that I am with some businesses dispensing alcohol that already exist in Studio City. I just wanted to mention that, and we'll all vote according to our consciences on this particular issue, but that's where my confidence in this vote comes from.
Great, so we can move to motion A.
Roll call voting, right, Randy?
Yeah, yes, let's do a roll call.
Okay. So 13A, Richard Adams, I think he left. Brian?
No.
Michael?
Yes.
Randy?
Yes.
Alex?
No.
Lisa?
Yes.
Nancy?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Jesse?
Yes.
Rick? Rick? Is that a yes? Yeah.
Yes, yes. Sorry.
Okay, Lana?
Yes.
I'm voting yes. Adam?
Yes.
Joseph?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Are these motions, Randy, all roll call votes? I mean, they don't involve money. I thought
They don't have to be, but at the same time, there's a suggestion from them that because we're using Zoom.
Point of
because
order.
on Zoom.
Point of order.
Okay,
All Zoom.
I get
Yep.
it. Sure, thanks.
All right, moving on to motion B. The board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports the applicant's proposal as written and as filed with the City of LA, the master plan approval, PA dash 2020-4950-MPA for the restaurant Pasta Uovo to allow the sale and dispensing of beer and wine for on-site consumption in conjunction with a new 1,650 square foot restaurant with 40 indoor seats and 20 outdoor seats on a 276 square foot patio, and having the hours of operation from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. daily in the C1.5-1VL Rio zone at the address 12833-12835 Ventura Boulevard, 4218-4230, Coldwater Canyon Avenue, Unit 340, Studio City, 91604 in California. So
We have public comment. Sorry, so just real quick before we dive deeper, we just have to get these out of the way. There's public comment.
Sure.
We will start with, let me get my timer up. 1 second, apologies. 1 minute. Eric Previn, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to come to Lisa's defense. I feel like there's a little bit of sexism going on here, Randy. When she speaks up on behalf of her role as the business representative, all of a sudden it's lecturing, whereas you, frankly, pontificate endlessly, and we're all forced to endure it. And I just don't think you should be taking down a committee chair in front of the entire public. It's just appalling. But thank you for your service. You're doing a great job. Thank you.
We have public comment from Barry Johnson. Go ahead.
Yes, I just think motion B should also be till midnight, Sunday through Thursday, open till 1 on Friday and Saturday, just like motion C and D. I think we ought to be uniform, and I don't understand why one restaurant would be open till 1 during the week and the other two close at midnight. That's all.
Thank you. Public comment by 713. Phone number ending in 713.
Hi, yes, this is your unhoused neighbor again. Thank you so much for answering my questions about the involvement of Equinox and the LA Fresco involvement. I just wanted to raise the concern that this whole project seems really assumptive that COVID will be completely over and not coming back, and life will go completely back to normal and gyms will open again, because there's a gym in the Piken building right next to the Sportsman's Lodge, I believe, that I think it's been shuttered since COVID, and there's a grocery store, I know it's not an Erewhon, but right across the street, and then to have all these restaurants which are just reopening, we have so many restaurants, right? We have Jerry's, and across the Coldwater, there's Sharky's, and I mean, like, there's all these businesses are already struggling, and then you're assuming that there will be like a vaccine for COVID, or it'll just go away, or everyone will be immune to it. I know that I'm just an unhoused resident, but if I had the opportunity to think twice about this, I would. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment by Code Puppet.
Yes. So why does this individual get to close at 1 a.m.? Because he did the 3 things you always do: pay off the building inspector, donate to the office holder account, and pay off the council member. So if you want those hours, then you do the same. That's right. And as far as taking down Lisa Karjakian, just understand that she's a paid spokesperson. She has to be on favor of the businesses. If she doesn't stand up for the businesses, they'll take her out and fly her to Armenia. And you don't want that. That's what they're going to do to Paul the Goat Krikorian. I know, because I'm a goat and I used to be on his farm, but I escaped. So no on this project, and let's hold everything until COVID is over. I think the young lady makes a great point. What do you think? Well, yeah. All right, then.
Your time is expired. 1 minute for Terry Austin. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. First of all, I'm sorry, Lisa, that anyone makes any kind of an ethnic slur in your direction. It's really uncalled for, rude, and shouldn't be allowed. But I disagree with the motion, and the reason is, again, I want the whole board to think of how many seats you're cumulatively going to back. And this isn't a done deal. It doesn't mean nothing. If you vote yes for this, when it goes to the ABC, when it goes further down the other requirements for getting their permits, you will have backed this. So please think of the residents, think of the people who live across the River Wash. A lot of restaurants would be great, but they don't all have to be big restaurants. We could have 8 restaurants with a total of 40 or 50 total seats. Remember, Takana is not listed yet, and that's a big, big, big seating. And also you've got Erewhon, which is also selling liquor from 6 in the morning until midnight. So please don't take it as
your time is expired. Thank you. Okay, everyone has. Can we any board comments to this? Lana.
Hi. One of the things that was discussed is the unique nature about each of these applicants. They all have unique dining experiences for their customers, and that is why you have an agreement by the restaurants to have these differing hours for their customers. One restaurant, specifically this Uvo restaurant, an Italian restaurant, it's more European and people tend to dine late with that type of atmosphere, as opposed to when folks want to go shop at the grocery store. It may be after they visited a restaurant whose kitchen closes at 11 and they just want to go by the grocery store there. Irvine is not quite a grocery store, it's a market. It's a very upscale market, and they might want to purchase some things for the next day. So each of these applicants were very agreeable to these differing time frames.
Okay, Richard.
Yeah, I think that the staggered closing nights is a good idea. That way, not everybody's hitting the parking lots and subsequently the streets of Studio City at the same time. Staggering the closings, I think, is a good idea. Thank you.
Anything else? Any other board members? It's worth noting that the business owner in the land use meeting, when we addressed the issue, when the issue was addressed for hours, they were agreeable to changing their hours and reducing at least Monday through Thursday. Pasta Uovo was one that they said they wanted to stay later. But they were initially very agreeable to changing hours on the other businesses. Without any other comment, I would say let's move that to a vote, please. 13B, let's just do a roll, make it easy.
Brian,
No.
Michael,
Yes.
Randy,
Yes.
Alex,
No.
Lisa,
Yes.
Nancy,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Jesse,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
I will vote, Alexa will vote yes. Adam,
Yes.
Joseph,
Yes.
motion passed.
Motion C, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports the master plan approval, ZA-2020-452-MPA for the restaurant Hi Ho to allow the sale and dispense of beer and wine for on-site consumption in conjunction with a new 1,370 square foot restaurant with 51 indoor seats and 24 outdoor seats on a 266 square foot patio on the condition the hours of operation be changed to reflect as follows: from 10 a.m. to 12 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, and 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday in the commercial 0.5-1BL-Rio zone at the address of 12833, 12835 Ventura Boulevard, 4218, 4230 Coldwater Canyon Avenue in Unit 420, Studio City, California, 91604. So Hi Ho is owned and operated, managed by the same owner as Pasta Uovo and Sugarfish. There are various locations in the city of all these restaurants. And they, like Randy said, they were agreeable to have the hours changed to reflect what I just stated. So with 51 indoor seats and 24 outdoor seats with beer and wine.
Thank you, Lisa. Before we move to let's see if there's any public comment. Of course, we'll start at the top. Barry, go ahead.
So can I ask why you always do roll call voting? instead of just randomized level.
Record keeping.
Yeah, but stupid.
I don't
People
have
who
anything
dictate the
for
vote
that.
are the first 4 people who, I think.
Barry. Rules of order.
Yeah, I mean, I had to read it to like.
So like second and all in favor.
Yeah, to do like the procedural rules. Yeah, of course. But they do cheat.
Adam, your mic is hot.
Oh, sorry.
Oh. Barry, your hand is up. Do you want to say anything, Barry?
Yeah, I said 3 times I don't have anything for this.
Okay, sorry, we didn't hear you. We have public comment by, I'm sure my timer is up. Go Puppet, go ahead for 1 minute.
Yes, so we try to save Studio City from itself. All of you drunken, drinking jackasses. And you know the worst part of these places is they don't even serve you proper booze. You order Blue Label and they pour you that garbage shit out of the black bottle and charge you for a Blue Label. Can any of you, with the exception of Mr. DeLazar, tell the difference between Johnny Walker Black and Blue? Of course not. But you're going to overpay for drinks, you overpay for parking, and then the drunk driving starts and the little kid's getting run over and killed, and it sounds like this. You're going to hear that all day, and it'll be on your conscience when you vote for this project. Child killers, drunk addicts, and assessing too many taxes on the people of Studio Cit.
Your time is expired. Eric Previn for 1 minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the different closing times as well. And I have to, agree in a sober sense about all of this alcoholic consumption. It just seems much larger and many more tables than I remember in the beginning when this project was introduced. And, we're not hearing anything tonight about the exercise place, which of course is another thing, but the exercise place and Erewhon, we are hearing about Erewhon tonight. Let's be clear. This is a real, to use the term again, upscale kind of a place. I was just Googling it to see it's $148 for a 3-day broth concoction. I mean, we've got a pandemic on our hands. How is Lana and the people she represents going to meaningfully take place in a $17.50 brand muffin? That's not what people want. People want to be able to use the Ralphs that are struggling and to be able to go to those of us who can afford it to Gelson's. To be excluded from the petitioning out front is nice. I mean, these are our places in Studio City, but to be bringing in a brand new set of, I don't know, upscale, are we trying to, I don't want to be Beverly Hills.
Your time is expired. Thank you. We have public comment by Scott Mandel.
Hi there. I'm just wondering on why on this motion it doesn't seem to make the same reference to the proposal, quote, as written and as filed with the City of LA. And also, I'll try to ask the same question again in a different way. Where is the official master plan as filed with the City of LA as reference to what it is you're voting on? I don't see it. I'd like to read it. I wish you guys would read it because I suspect it has more information than contained in A, B, and C, because other master plans mention parking and traffic and all sorts of things on city letterhead. You're referencing something that is not attached to this document. Thank you.
The parking and the traffic and so forth that you are speaking of is certified under the EIR application. This application is for exactly all the items I mentioned in terms of the hours of operation, the alcohol license, square footage, seating indoors and outdoors, period. And the master conditional use permit has the application number attached to it, ZA-20 20-4944-MCUP. I am more than happy to send you a link for it tomorrow. But in the abbreviated version of it, this is what came. I took it straight out of the application. And for motion C for hi-ho, the only reason it doesn't say as written and as filed is because we changed the hours of operation for this burger restaurant.
Thank you, Lisa, for clarifying that. We have phone number ending in 713. Please go ahead. Phone number ending in 713. You can hit *6 to unmute yourself.
Yes, this is the unhoused resident again. Thank you. Yes, I would like to reiterate about the COVID-19 still existing and the gyms still being closed. And Ralph had so many employees that tested positive for COVID, and they're just like barely, you know, rehiring or getting back to work or recovering. I believe the restaurants all around here, the sushi restaurant and the Sharky's, and like I don't think that we need to burden them with extra competition when we don't even know when the vaccine's going to come out, when we're going to be able to sit in the same room and dine together again is. And I think it's absurd to think that this is decided already. This is crazy to do in a pandemic. When Mr. Richard, I think he said something about it being upscale and who is excluded. Many people here are struggling to pay their rent, and they're not going to be going out to any upscale.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Okay, we can. Was there any board comment to this?
I'll just quickly comment to sort of in response to the comment by our homeless resident friend that referring back to what Lisa said earlier, the time frame is such that these restaurants would not reasonably be opening until, I mean, probably, you know, as far as, you know, once construction is done, the interior build, hiring staff, probably not until this time next year. And I think we all hold out hope that, that COVID will be managed to some degree and that life will have returned to some degree of normalcy by this time next year.
Richard and then Lana. Richard Niederberg.
Anything?
Unmute yourself, Richard. Richard, do you have something to say?
No, the comments remain the same as all. Basically, you know it's not going to open right now. And by the way, when they're done here, then they have to rebuild the hotel itself after the homeless people leave.
Thank you. Okay, Lana, go ahead.
One thing that we need to be conscientious of is that we're not running these businesses. It's not our job to know whether or not they would be able to sustain themselves. They have presented themselves in that fashion, and I do believe with the reputation that they are businesses that are able to come in and establish a nice clientele in this diverse community. And I just like to say, Eric, if I'm paying $17.50 for a muffin, that's coming with a Hawaii vacation. So, you know, my constituents represent a wide range of financial abilities. We have a huge rental population here in the area, but I believe that this facility will be drawing on many different people from around the city of Los Angeles, and it will be a great place, especially when we have the Olympics here.
Great, thank you. If not seeing any other board comments, that we can move this to a vote, that'd be great.
I just remembered that, remember, as a banqueting, basically, they basically had a lot of banquet rooms. All of them served liquor. So I'm saying is, I don't think it'll be a noticeable difference from the 8 or 10 banquet rooms they had running before, all with liquor, including their main auditorium with the stage, and the secondary area also with a stage. Thank you.
Okay, we're roll call vote 13C. Brian,
No.
Michael,
Yes.
Randy,
Yes.
Alex,
Yes.
Lisa,
Yes.
Nancy,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Jesse,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
huh?
Yes.
Alexa, yes. Adam,
Yes.
Joseph,
Sorry, I'm not sure.
sorry. Joseph? Did he say yes? Okay. Motion passes.
Motion D, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports the master plan approval, PA-0-4948-MPA for the restaurant Sugarfish to allow the sale and dispensing of beer and wine for on-site consumption in conjunction with a new 1,640 square foot restaurant with 46 seats and 32 outdoor seats on a 320 square foot patio on the condition the hours of operation be changed to reflect as follows, having the hours of operation from 10 a.m. to midnight, Sunday through Thursday, and 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday in the C1.5-1VL-Rio zone in the address of 12833-12835 Ventura Boulevard, 4218-4230 Coldwater Canyon Avenue, Unit 170, Studio City, California 91604. So Sugarfish is a very familiar restaurant. They have, I think, 13 around the city at one time or another. I'm sure everyone has dined there. If not, I highly recommend it. It's lovely. Same owners as the two restaurants that have previously been brought forward to the board. They have a reputation. It's a great one. Food focused, again, fresh sushi, and that's about it.
Great, so let's see if there's any public comment to this motion. Yes, there is. Eric Revin, go ahead, please, for 1 minute.
Yeah, I just want to say that I much prefer Katsuya to Sugarfish, frankly. And, you know, and my heart goes out to some of the older Terra Sushi and the other restaurants that are being, you know, kind of taken over by these playmakers, because, you know, it used to be the Studio City had multiple great small restaurants. And when I hear about companies owning 3 or 4, like a chain of restaurants, I get a frowny face emoticon. I don't feel good about a big player coming in, because I know that they don't really, I know what they care about, and they're good at their jobs, like Lisa and Jesse. They want to get the seats filled and bring the revelry and the it's called vibrancy on a boulevard. But when after hours, it's not vibrancy, it's traffic and it's noise and it's scary. And frankly, it's just sad, because Sportsman's Lodge was a part of our community, and hundreds, if not thousands, tens of thousands of people who are going to wince every single time they walk by them. But I think good luck. You know what? It's a new era.
Thank you. Your time has expired. And we have public comment from Goat Puppet.
Yes, I prefer Nobu over Sugarfish. It's just overpriced shit. That's all it is. Watered down drinks, and then of course everybody empties out to their car and has to relieve themselves by their tires. Yes, look at that. Lisa knows exactly what we're talking about here. Alexa denies even seeing it before. Alcohol causes injury to the mind and to the body. Look at Jose Huizar. He's a drunk. He left $68,000 of chips in a cage without giving his ID. Alcohol related. Alcohol sucks. And fuck this project. Vote no on it. And let's put in a Del Taco, somewhere where people can afford to eat after the pandemic. You're lucky if you got $3 in your pocket after all these shutdowns.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Any board comments? Lana Ford.
Hi. I'd just like to let the board know, if you're not familiar with the founder of Sugarfish, it was founded right here in Studio City by the chef by the name of Kazunori Nozawa. Anybody? Anybody know this? Okay, great. So I feel great pride in the fact that they would choose to be here again in our community as they have expanded with their franchise across California. This is a great moment and something to celebrate for this immigrant to the United States. And I, for one, am very, very thrilled with the level of service and quality of food that they will be bringing to this area.
Seeing none, let's move this to a vote.
Can I make a quick comment?
Please go right ahead, Brian.
I resent that my opposition to this vote is because of an anti-immigrant mentality. I have no problem with Sugarfish, the establishment. I do have a problem with this development. Thank you.
I hope that wasn't directed at me, Brian, because I certainly don't have an anti-immigrant attitude.
I didn't say you did. I said that we should be celebrating this because it's a great immigrant story, and that is not why I am opposing it.
Oh, I get that. Sure. No, everyone, I wasn't trying to spin it like that. I just wanted to have the celebration of this lovely,
Celebrations are all great.
Progress in our
But we do not,
backyard.
that is not a guarantee for why this should move forward.
Sure, I get it. I understand.
Thank you, Brian. Are there any other board comments? Seeing none, let's please move this to a vote.
Brian Carroll.
No.
Michael.
Yes.
Randy.
Yes.
Alex.
Yes.
Lisa.
Yes.
Nancy.
Yes.
Richard.
Yes.
Jesse.
Yes.
Rick.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
I will vote yes. Adam.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. The board of the Studio City neighborhood supports the applicant's proposal as written and as filed with the City of LA. The master plan approval, ZA-2020-4946-MPA for Erewhon, Studio City, to allow the sale of a full line of alcoholic beverages off-site consumption in conjunction with a new 11,825 square foot grocery store with on-site instructional tasting and having the hours of operation from 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. daily in the commercial 1.5-1BL-Rio zone. Address 12833-12835 Ventura Boulevard, 4218-4230 Coldwater Canyon Avenue, Unit 110, Studio City, California, 91604. So, Erewhon Restaurant, there's one in Calabasas, one on Beverly, the original.
Okay, well, then.
I'm
Go
sorry?
ahead.
The Erewhon Supermarket. Lana, do you have the rendering photo of Erewhon that was sent to us?
Okay.
I emailed that to you.
Let me take a look. See here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Erewhon Supermarket, we have public. Oh.
Yeah.
I have found them. Yes. So let's see here. How do I share with everyone? Is it share screen?
I think so.
Okay. Let me just sort through this.
Yes.
Okay. I did that and did this. Okay.
You have to select the window you want to share.
Okay. Yeah, because you don't want to see the other one. That's some other project I'm working on.
So this is the grocery store
It's time.
one. These are the renderings from the applicant. That's
Let
going to
me
be
know
coming
as you
in.
want me to proceed.
Yeah, go ahead. Just keep
Okay.
scrolling.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe a little bit slower. Yeah, right there. Okay, go ahead. Keep going. So they're going to have a 6-seat bar counter, as you see right there, for anyone to enjoy coffee. Like Eric said, a muffin. They're going to have a salad counter. They do have prepared foods that they sell. So if anyone wanted to sit down and eat at one of those 6 seats, would be able to. And they'll have a full line of beer and wine to sell for offsite. Thanks, Lana.
Sure. Okay. You else want to see them again?
No, it's
okay.
Has Randy left or? Walked away.
I'll jump in while he's getting his internet straightened out. Let's go to public comment. Goat Puppet, you have a minute.
Yeah, so continuing tonight's record corruption evening, look at that salad bar so that the homeless can walk in and.
Great, so we have, pictures are great. We have public comment. So let's just run through.
Yes, public comment, asshole. Didn't they call Mr. Puppet? That's what I thought I heard. Yeah, that's what I thought I heard. Must be an echo in here.
Public comment.
Yeah. I I don't know. Maybe Randy Fried
What?
Chicken is having a mental meltdown or something. Have you been
No,
drinking?
I'm here.
Have you been drinking, Randy?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. The puppet
Okay,
is
wait.
here.
No,
Puppets are always here,
I'm here.
fighting corruption. Yes. We're here and we'll continue to be here, fighting you and your filth. Take this goddamn restaurant, bar, so-called shopping center and get rid of it, bulldoze it, and put up the trees that were once there in a pretty little river, just like what used to be at Sportsman's. It's such a depressing thing to watch you try to turn this into Beverly Hills. Studio City isn't Beverly Hills. Beverly Hills is no longer Beverly Hills. It's Shit Hills. And we're turning Studio City into an unaffordable shithole like downtown.
Thank you. That's time.
Okay, am I back? You guys hear me, see me? Yes?
Randy, you're really breaking up. I think you should log out and log back in.
Right, it's
I'll
Eric.
run through public comment while you do that.
And just small point of order, the president goes to the vice president. The president cannot perform the duties.
That's fine. Nancy, do you want to? It's just the only reason I'm doing it, Brian, is that I'm co-host.
I have no objection to it. I'm just bringing it up as a point of order.
Eric, why don't you take a minute?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
You know, I have a little familiarity with Erewhon. I remember the first one. And then now Rick Caruso made a little Sportsman's Landing in the Palisades, and they put in a grocery store. It failed forthwith, and they immediately replaced it with an Erewhon. So, you know, I've had a chance to poke around over there as I have some family members there. And I'm telling you, if you have to ask, okay, if you have to ask how much it costs, you can simply not afford it. Because this place is freaking upscale, okay? I am talking Karagian in a ball gown upscale. This is very, very expensive. This is like a 5SL or I wish I knew more about cars. This is like a Ferrari, okay? This is not a Datsun, Niederberg, you're laughing. This is not a low-end place. This is not like, you know, for example, Sugarfish. Okay, Sugarfish is not a good place. Sugarfish is a place where you can get a little stomach ache. I much prefer Nozawa. I'll take it. Nozawa, I know is related to Sugarfish, but this stuff is overrated.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Randy, you back?
I think so. Do you hear me?
Yeah,
Do you see me?
much better, buddy. Go
Okay,
ahead,
I don't
take
know what
over.
happened.
We're at
Sorry about
Scott
that.
Mandel, and then
Great.
we have 018, which is Barry.
018 is fair, but he said he was dropping off.
He doesn't have his hand up. It's Scott Mandel and then Terry Austin, and then we can
Yep.
vote.
Great. Scott, go ahead for 1 minute.
Hi there, broken record here again. I'm at the LA City Planning website. I typed in the case number that's referenced in some of these motions. What you guys are voting on is just a mere snippet of what is on the case summary and documents for the case number. There's an application, sets of findings, plan, geographic referral forms, pictures, photographs, radius maps. It goes on and on. And these are all the submitted documents on the case number that you're voting on. Again, I'm trying to make the point. I get the impression you're voting on something that is summarized, but is not complete. And all the other items on your agenda that reference outside documents have links. These do not. I just found quite a few documents that are related to these case numbers on the city's website, and they're on city letterhead. So I don't know what it is you're voting on, but I imagine you guys do. Thank you.
Thank you. We have public comment from Terry Austin. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, is that me?
Yep, that's you.
Okay, thank you. Two things. One, those renderings might be really prophetic. If we do have a second wave of COVID, an empty building with no people in it. And the other thing is Scott brings up a very good point, and this is what's been bothering me about the land use meeting that I listened to all of it, and tonight, is that it seems like you're rushing this through and you're not considering all of it. It's not just this, a simple vote. There's a lot going on here, and I don't feel like really paying attention to the.
Terry, you still there?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to reiterate, which Lisa did explain in the beginning, and maybe it's getting lost in translation. What came before land use was specifically referring to the CUP for their liquor license. I believe if you access the full file, that goes into details that are about this plan. Lisa, correct me if I'm wrong. It goes into other details that have already been certified and are beyond what was initially brought forward to land use, which is specifically around the conditional use permit as it relates to the sale of alcohol and the operating hours for these businesses. Is that correct, Lisa?
Yes, exactly. Absolutely.
So I just want to be clear that the files online may be bigger and more detailed, but that's also touching on points of the plan that are already certified. Board comments, Lana, I saw your hand.
Thanks
Nope.
so much.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
I would also like to put in the forefront of everyone's mind that this process has been a very long process. Many, many years. This is not the first time that we've ever, as a board, had to vote on conditional use permits or liquor licenses for businesses in the area. And as a new development in this community, one of the largest that has taken place in many years, we have a lot of information that has taken many, many years to go through the pipeline here. And now we're just seeing some folks are very new to what is happening. So I just like to put that in the forefront of everyone's mind that it may seem like it's a short time period, but it is in actuality been a very, very long process.
Thank you, Lana. Any other board comments? Let's move it to a vote then.
Brian,
No.
Michael,
Yes.
Randy,
Yes.
Alex,
Yes.
Lisa,
Yes.
Nancy,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Jesse,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
I will vote yes. Adam,
He may have dropped off because he says he had a flight to catch in the morning, though. I do
Oh, no,
see
no,
him
I'm still here.
Oh,
I'm still here.
okay,
Sorry,
great.
I just did not have my mute off. Yes, of course. For
and
everyone.
Yes.
vote passes.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Lisa. I know it's a lot of work in your committee. Agenda item number 14, outreach committee. Anything to say?
Thank you, everyone.
Michael?
I yield my time.
Great. Moving right along, we have a public comment for outreach. 2 public comments for outreach. Eric Previn, go ahead.
Yeah, you got a new chair for outreach, so keep up the good work. One thing is to consider, like tonight, you have an agenda, but there are no links. Suddenly, I don't know if this is the new wave of the neighborhood council where let's not bother sharing links. I personally think that this neighborhood council's role is to outreach information to the community, push it out there so that people can react to it and come back. And if we don't notify people of things like the mysterious project just west of Whitsett on Ventura Boulevard, that Caro took donations about, but seemed to forget what was going on. Or, in fact, if people really want to talk honestly at this hour of the night, the entire stretch from Whitsett to Coldwater, there are big, sneaky plans that the council member and Lisa Sarkin could talk with you about, but they're not public, and that's wrong because the public are the ones who are going to be impacted. And, you know, maybe they could say, oh, no, there are no plans. There wasn't a big developer who bought the entire side of the street. That's not true. Maybe that's not true. Maybe it's just a...
Thank you. Your time has expired. We have public comment by Goat Puppet for 1 minute. Go ahead. For outreach. Goat Puppet, go ahead.
Unmute me, asshole. Okay, there he goes. Oh, yes. Well, the most important part of the NC is outreach, and it's the one where nobody has anything to say. So we've proven once and for all to all the FBI agents in Washington and Nevada listening to this meeting tonight that the Studio City NC is simply a pay-to-play scheme for developer projects. It doesn't do anything for outreach or community output or stakeholder comments. It's here just to help these fat, greedy fucking developers get more money lining their big, fat pockets. That's all it's for. And we will continue. That's right, Michael DeLazar, he hides now behind his evil emblem. That's right, bow and shame. That's what you're doing. You are a pay-to-play part.
Your time has expired. There's public comment from Terry.
No, I didn't have my hand up. Thank you.
Okay,
Or if
sorry.
I did, I'm
No
sorry.
problem. It's down now. No problem. Okay, thank you very much. Public safety item number 15, Rachel Tobias was in another meeting, and due to the late hour, the only big item she had to report is really as it relates to what I've already mentioned twice, is that be on the lookout. It's forthcoming for a follow-up meeting regarding Project Room Key, and as well as we are currently, their committee is talking with Captain Ramirez, who was on the call earlier in the night. They would like to present to us, along with some other NCs, about LAPD's a number of issues from the loss of police officers, the impact that will have, and their policies on use of force. Agenda item number 16. Actually, I guess is a public comment as it relates to public safety. It appears there is for 1 minute. Go ahead, Go Puppet.
What are you going to do without cops? You're having all of your lovely restaurants. How are you going to keep the hordes of shoplifters out of there without police? That's right. DeLazar hides again. That's right. That's a sign of your confession. That's right. You don't want to talk about the Sportsman's Lodge and the criminal behavior. Everybody runs away. Even Lisa ran away just now. Yes. Hide. But we'll be here watching what the criminals do, watching the Sportsman's Lodge and the pay-to-play scheme, because there's something coming very soon out of it, and you voted for all of it. Criminals, thieves, most of you just ignorant. You think you're going to get gift cards. No, you're not going to get gift cards. You're going to get invitations to the grand jury, and it's free. They even validate.
Your time has expired. 1 minute for Eric Previn. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to cede my time to anybody who wants it. I don't have anything to say to this group at this point.
Okay, so as it relates to Transportation Committee, Barry Johnson emailed me that he would like to table these motions to either a special agenda meeting or the next board meeting. He wanted to go to bed this evening, so he said it's okay to table these motions. So that's being tabled.
Point of
Moving
order, it's
on.
postponed. Randy, it's postponed, not tabled.
Thank you. Postponed. I appreciate the correction. I'll just make a note. The next item is, I see hands up for public comment on postponed motions. Nancy, do we need to hear comments on items that are postponed?
Only on motions.
Okay.
But Lisa's
Moving
had her
to-
hand up. But Lisa's had her hand up for a while.
Oh, please go ahead.
I'd like to respond to Eric Previn's comment, which I have been wanting to, in regard to the project or the so-called project he thinks that's going on behind his back at Ventura and Witsit. Eric, I am going to set this record straight. Please know that there is no conspiracy. Nothing is being hidden from you or any of the stakeholders. There is nothing at this moment in time going on Ventura Boulevard at Witsit. There was a vacation that went up in front of the council last June of last year in 2019. I want to clarify, the parcel was over dedicated to the city from the owner by 7 feet. So the reason it went in front of the council was so that the city could dedicate back to the owner the 7 feet on Ventura Boulevard. And that's it. There is nothing else going on. There's no application. There's no development. There is nothing that's going on behind your back that you don't know anything about. And this is just it. If you have any more questions in regard to this, please email me or call me directly. I'm going to put this to rest once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. We have, moving to item number 17, Sustainability Committee. As I mentioned before, Raduca is celebrating the birthday of her daughter. Happy birthday. But we do have with us Melanie Winters, so if we can speak to, if you go ahead, please. Melanie?
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I needed to be unmuted. Appreciate that. Michael, would you pull up the presentation, please?
Working on it.
Thank you. Appreciate you all still being here this late hour. Thanks. So this is regarding two things going on simultaneously in Los Angeles. We have a mobility plan that was adopted 6 years ago in Los Angeles. And part of that is the identification of bicycle lanes in the city. And this one is about Lancashire, and you can move forward. I'll just tell you next. There you go. All right, so these dark green, the bright dark green ones are protected bike lanes. So this is where the stakeholders throughout the city, after a several-year plan process, decided that protected bike lanes would go in, and that means that the bicycle lanes are separated from cars by something physical. In some cases, concrete bollards, in some cases, a walkway. Next. And here is the Studio City Neighborhood Council and the bike lanes from the mobility plan in our jurisdiction. The one we're talking about today is on Lancashire. In this part we're talking about, it kind of borders Studio City and Greater Toluca Lake. Go ahead next. So the objectives of having protected bike lanes are several. It slows cars down. It enables people, obviously, to safely bicycle. It makes it easier for pedestrians to cross the street. And in this case, it provides a first mile, last mile connection to both the orange line and the red line for people who don't drive. Next. So all of Lancashire Boulevard is identified as a protected bike lane on the city's mobility plan. So this goes all the way from the Red Line station all the way up through the valley. That's the plan, to have the entirety of Lancashire as a protected bike lane. Next. What we have right now is Lancashire between Whipple and Cahuenga being scheduled to be repaved under the city's ADAPT program, which has accelerated repaving of some streets during the pandemic. The opportunity here is to go ahead and implement the mobility plan on this stretch between Whipple and Cahuenga. One of the reasons that it's a great opportunity to do that is it's not cheap to repave and restripe like this. It's not likely that once it's been repaved and restriped, any protected bike lane is going in for at least another 20 years. They don't tend to go back and do the restriping and that kind of work until it begins to degrade again. So the request has been that ADAPT streets either take the opportunity to also implement the city's standing mobility plan when they go in, or they don't prioritize this under ADAPT as a repaving project. We prefer the first. We're happy to see it repaved and happy to use it as an opportunity to leverage implementing more than one project at a time. Next. So this would give people non-car options to get to and from the Red Line station, which is currently not at all easy. Next. And this is an example. It's not exactly specific, but this is an example of a parking protected bike lane. So the cars you see on the right there are parking. Those are not driving, those are parking. And then you see the bicycle lane between the sidewalk and the parked cars. And this happens on both sides of the street here. And that's the presentation. I can read you the motion. Whereas the City of Los Angeles City Council approved the 2035 Mobility Plan in 2016. Whereas treatment for Lancashire in the Mobility Plan includes a protected bike lane. Whereas Los Angeles typically modifies street configurations during street repaving. Whereas the ADAPT program by Streets LA is dramatically accelerating the repaving of commercial corridors during COVID traffic lull. Whereas Lancashire Boulevard between Whipple Street and Cahuenga is scheduled to be repaved soon. Therefore, we ask that the Department of Transportation, in coordination with Streets LA, implement the 2035 Mobility Plan as approved by the City Council when repaving Lancashire Boulevard, adding a parking protected bike lane on both sides of the street. We understand this may require a lane reconfiguration, reallocating space from vehicle traffic to active transportation. If for any reason this is not possible, we ask that you delay repaving until such time the mobility plan can be fully implemented. And there was a friendly amendment that came in from Barry Weiss to just clarify a little bit of the language there. Randy, I believe you have it as well. I can pull it up.
I can pull it up.
And then I also have I was emailed from someone who was trying to stay online to comment. And I would like to be able to read her public comment when it comes to public comment.
Okay, great. Just looking for Barry Weiss. This comment was to add, I believe. Hold on, let me just go up exactly. Specific was to insert adding a parking protected bike lane, quote, separated by physical barriers from auto traffic, close quote, on both sides of the street. Let's take public comment. There is public comment. Let me just open up my timer again. I apologize. Code Puppet for 1 minute.
Yes. Well, the 2035 mobility scam continues. And of course, how many people use these bikes versus how many drive? Driving is better and it's safer, but you want to slow down cars. You want to force people out of your cars. Well, you won't do it. What you will do is take all of the businesses out of the area and relocate them to areas that have real streets. So the destruction will occur. You will vote for all of it. Hide as you wish. But this thing is a piece of crap. Just take a look at downtown and you're going to see what the valley's going to look like. No bike lanes, cars please, or stay the fuck on the sidewalk and use your bike there, like I and my friend used to as little goats.
Thank you, your time has expired.
Let me know if I can read Hannah's comment.
1 second. Eric Previn, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to apologize to Lisa if she feels personally offended by my pointing to a project that was on a city agenda that is very much several parcels connected. I made a short video, which I just sent to the board. You can look at it. I mean, I feel like attacking me over something that we asked about, and neither you nor Caro nor anybody was truthful about what's going on, that people will see there's a project. There's 5 huge parcels who wanted 3,300 or like, yeah, almost 3,000 square feet of space from the city. And we said, what for? And the response was silence. So that's not cool. And you know, you can watch for yourself. I'm not coming from a place of malice. Maybe it's a good project, but I think the public should be informed about what's happening in our community and not rebuke members of the public who bring forward items from the city that are relevant to the community. And you can look at the material, do not respond, totally inappropriate to respond, and let's move forward, okay? You can look at the material yourself. And you wrote me an email, and I'll send you the whole CPRA chain as well of your comment.
Your time has expired. Okay, Melanie, go ahead if you wanted to read that comment.
I will, thank you. This is from Hannah Globus. She's a member of the Toluca Lake Neighborhood Council, though she's speaking as an individual tonight. I strongly urge you to support this motion. Many of my favorite shops, vendors, bars, and restaurants are in Studio City. However, as a person who primarily uses my bike to get around, lack of a safe route to Studio City has been the primary reason I've limited my trips and chose instead to head towards Burbank. And I know I'm not alone. We recently considered this motion at Greater Toluca Lake Neighborhood Council, and I looked up the voter data for the Toluca Lake area. Turns out that in 2016, 77% of Toluca Lake voted in favor of Measure M, to tax themselves to find alternative modes of transportation to their cars in the form of bike lanes, protected bike lanes, and public transit, outvoting the county by 5%. You have a huge group of citizens from an affluent neighborhood waiting to spend money at your shops, bars, and restaurants and other businesses without taking up a single parking space. All you have to do is follow the city's existing plan and build us a safe way to get there. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Great. Are there any board comments about this? Oh, yes, Lana, and then Brian, and then Jesse. Yeah, so,
Hi. Yeah, thanks. Melanie, thanks so much for your research and your study on this. However, as the motion is written, it is not in the appropriate format, if you will, or the appropriate language. It is convoluted, it is complex, and it needs to be simplified. And I don't know if anyone wants to rewrite this right now and present it to us, but this is bordering on the transportation arena. And I, for one, really wish that our transportation chairman was here to comment about this, because I do remember from some time ago, there was great discussion about the mobility plan and the bike lanes. And look, it's not that I'm against what you have, your intention, your presentation was very clear. It's just this motion is not how it needs to be. Thank you.
Richard Niederberg.
Unmute, Richard.
Yeah, I'm very much, not in favor of having the protected version of the bicycle lanes in commercial areas. I think this is going to do more harm than good. It's going to hurt. It's going to basically influence and make it harder for you to do shopping. And so I think that better basically not to put protected bike lanes in commercial areas. Unprotected might be okay. Non-commercial areas might be okay. But I think this combination is bad for us, bad for the taxpayers, bad for the motorists. Thank you.
I think it's Brian, right? You had your hand up, Brian?
Yeah. I just want to say, like, these are kind of issues that will intersect two different committees. Certainly getting more cars off the road is a sustainability issue. And I will say, with all due respect and deference to Barry Johnson, he has echoed some of the comments that Goat Puppet has mentioned earlier, saying that, no one uses the bike lanes. No one uses bikes. Everyone uses cars. But quite frankly, if we build the infrastructure to allow bikes to have more access in LA, we can build a better city. And I urge everyone to vote yes on this.
Thanks, Brian. Okay, so Jesse, and then Alex, and then Michael.
Yeah, what I'd say just briefly sort of echoes what Brian said. LA is woefully behind on its bike and infrastructure. The map that was presented by Melanie that shows the sparse number of green dedicated bike lanes over this sprawling metropolis, pardon the Ventura traffic, kind of lends credence to the kind of thing I'm talking about. I think that this makes a lot of sense. Lancashire's orientation as a diagonal street means that it doesn't fit into the same kind of north-south grid, north-south east-west grid, and presents us with the kind of opportunities to do this same sort of thing that they've done with Broadway in New York, where they've found other purposes for certain sections of that street, which is a unique sort of orientation. This would be a great place to start making a Studio City-centric contribution to improving the viability of bike traffic in LA overall. So I'm in favor of this.
Great. Is Vicky? Alex?
Yeah, I understand the idea and the concept. The thing is that, you're talking about a very narrow segment of transportation that can't really do a lot of things that other transportation can do, such as vehicles. To protect lanes or remove vehicles from these areas instead of like sharing the road. I mean, we're not animals. We're not going to kill people on bicycles generally, or else, but I've seen these lanes that are protected on Reseda and other areas. And quite frankly, I've yet to see someone riding in one. I know that's an exception. I'm sure they do ride in them, but you're talking about ADA people, seniors. We're talking about a segment of people that ride a bike to what? To go shopping? I mean, how much shopping can you do? So the reality is that I like the idea if there was, just a lot more room to you know, if vehicles weren't competing with bicycles for traffic sense, but in this case, I think it's counterproductive. I think it's ill conceived in these areas. So I recommend you vote no. Thank you.
Michael?
I have two thoughts about this. The first is that the stretch of Lancashire that applies to Studio City is so small. I'm not even sure our voice is necessary on this particular project. We can, we're like one block of this massive segment. The rest, this is a North Hollywood project. And I'm a bike rider. And I won't take Lancashire because it's too busy. And if you put these bike lanes in, I still won't take Lancashire because it's too busy. There's too many people. There's too many, even with the protected lane, there's people going to their cars in and out. It's a mess. And you're taking cars off, you're taking cars off the street that need to get places on a major artery. I wouldn't support this as a bike rider, as somebody who does take a bike around town. I'd rather see a bike lane on Cahuenga or one of the streets that is a little less populated. The Lancashire is just, to me, a bad idea. That's my thoughts.
Lisa Karajian, please.
I echo exactly what Michael just shared. This is not in Studio City, and what is very small. Thank you.
Any other board comments?
I will say a couple more things just as committee chair, if there are any more board comments.
Sure, I was just going to make one comment. I would just say, I guess I feel strongly both ways. I think it'd be great to have, but in talking to the city, which doesn't mean we can't put our word out there and put our stake in the ground of our position. At least from Krikorian's office, they and their transportation folks, they are pretty firm in that, with given the cutbacks, et cetera, they're not going to go to the trouble of adding a protected bike lane for such a small segment. Now that could change, but I think it's also important to know that is something that has been, the council's office was pretty clear about that. But with that, Melanie, any closing comments, and then we will bring Lana Ford, actually. Sorry, go ahead, Lana.
Thanks very much. I'd like to emphasize again that this is not written in the appropriate way, that we would need this motion to be written and clear with lots of clarity. And I feel that it is not in our best interest to even entertain the motion as it is written in this form.
Should we propose a friendly amendment in order to have something we can all vote yes or no on?
That would be up to the committee chair.
Yeah, I'm a little baffled at your comment, Lana. This may seem a bit unfamiliar to you, but this is very standard, and it is exactly how most city things are written.
Thanks, Melanie. I appreciate your comment, but as you will see, every motion that's written on this agenda is in a different format. Hey, Melanie, if you will look at every other motion on this agenda and any other motion that's been written for the last 5 or 6 years, they all have a certain process and form. Now, I'm sorry if someone did not share that with you, but we would like to have it properly communicated, and that's it.
If you would like to continue condescending to me, just let me know when you're done.
I'm done.
Thanks. So, Brian, if you want to jump in, I would like to go back to
I was just gonna say, is this just a matter of adding the Studio City Neighborhood Council support sending the following letter to whoever, and then?
No, I think
the
what
whole thing
Lana's
work?
referencing is that, for example, most of the motions historically, at least that I've seen as well, the way that they come from, they're very plain spoken. I don't know necessarily, though, that I would agree with Lana's assertion that this isn't acceptable. It just happens to be that this is in a far more formal manner than our motions historically are written. Lana's correct that motions typically just simply say, for example, the neighborhood council, the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports adding protected bike lanes, and to be stated in a very simple fashion.
Yeah.
Not
and I would just say that
in
in June we passed a motion that actually Michael DeLazar's letter was written in this format.
Resolution.
right, his proclamation, but the proclamation was written exactly in a very formal manner. I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm just saying the difference between a formal proclamation, because we were doing it for a certificate, versus I guess you could call it the bread and butter motions. So I personally chalk it up to a style difference. I don't think it's worth us. Personally, I don't think it's worth us arguing and going back and forth. I think the meat is still there, and it's a matter of if people want to vote for it, if people want to vote against it. That would be my position.
I'd like to call the question, please.
Please.
That's fine, as long as I get to have a comment.
Well, it looks like the board wants to vote on it, so.
Hey, thanks. I just thought since certain things were raised that I could answer, I might do it.
No.
And that's not usually denied.
Let's bring it to a vote, please.
Wow.
Come on.
Go ahead. Let's bring it to a vote. Alexa?
Brian?
Yes.
Oops. Michael?
No.
Randy?
No.
Alec?
No.
Lisa?
No.
Nancy?
No.
Richard?
No.
Jesse? Jesse?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Rick?
He's abstained.
Did I hear you abstain?
Abstain.
Abstain. Okay. Lana?
No.
I will vote no. Adam? Is he gone?
Yes. No, I'm still here.
Still here.
But I am going to probably leave after this vote if that's okay with everyone.
We're adjourning afterwards.
Okay. I didn't even know what agenda item we're on anymore. So that'd be great. I made it.
Joseph?
Yes.
Motion does not pass.
Sorry you did not allow me to address.
Thank you very much.
Night.
So everyone, thank you. It was a long meeting. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Thursday.